Wanna go, one heart that's coming. I hurt myself today, made a mess of myself, but I'm better now, I guess. Just thinking about you, yeah. I wanna feel this way forever. The words go wild in my head. All the times come for resurrection. There's a fire in my chest. Thinking about you, I'm thinking about you, I'm thinking about you, I'm thinking about you. Gotta keep an open mind. Bright days lying ahead. But you closed the door and left me broken. The keys are still in my head.
Wait for it. Fire in my chest. Wait for it. Fire in my chest.
Thinking about you.
Wait for it. Fire in my chest.
Thinking about you.
Wait for it. Fire in my chest.
Thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you.
Sipping on a bottle of gin. No, I'm sipping on a bottle of loneliness. Feel a little faded again. I gotta climb out of this bottle of loneliness. And I'm trying, and I keep on climbing. There's nothing in it for me. I gotta climb out of this bottle of loneliness.
You know I'm here waiting for you. I'm just a crosshair. I'm just a shot away from you. And if you leave here, you leave me broken, shattered alive. I'm just a crosshair. I'm just a shot, then we can die. You know I'm here waiting for you. I'm just a crosshair. I'm just a shot away from you. And if you leave here, you leave me broken, shattered alive.
slowly disappear between my eyes. I think of you in color. I have
Durban to Milan, so I can find you. I wish that I had superpowers to teleport from Durban to Milan, so I can be with you. I'm looking at the mirror, wishing that you were nearer. I'm lost without you, so I can't be with you. You said you'll find a way to get back to me again. I said that I would wait for you to come back to me, but it seems to be so long since you've been away. I can't no longer wait to bring you home to me. I wish that I had superpowers to teleport from Durban to Milan, so I can find you. I wish that I had superpowers to teleport from Durban to Milan, so I can be with you. I'm looking at the mirror, wishing that you were nearer. I'm lost without you, so I can't be with you.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin today's event. I would request all our guests to kindly get settled down in the inauguration area. We're about to begin today's event in next 2 minutes. Today is such a wonderful day that we have got people not just from Mumbai, Maharashtra, India, but globally. Very excited to start the day. I can see smiling faces, but I would request you all to please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Honorable Chief Guest Srimati Rasika Chaubeji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Namaste, Suprabhat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, everybody. Suprabhat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inauguration ceremony of Global Stainless Steel EXPO 2022, powered by Jindal Stainless. My name is Amla Agarwal. I'm your host. So, ladies and gentlemen, Global Stainless Steel EXPO 2022 is India's first dedicated expo for the stainless steel industry, with a special focus on long and flat products and related technologies, organized by Virgo Communications and Exhibitions Private Limited. This main event is powered by Jindal Stainless and supported by the Ministry of India and Ministry of Steel and Indian Stainless Steel Development Association, that is ISDA. The mission of this initiative is to propel the progress of the stainless steel industry to the greater heights and to present a robust platform to the establishment of new business ideas and alliances. Global Stainless Steel EXPO 2022 will be an apt opportunity for all the stakeholders to meet, network, showcase their latest products and technologies, and form new alliances and business opportunities. The primary objective of GSSE platform is to help to promote the application of stainless steel in more industries to increase the usage volume in India. So, ladies and gentlemen, we already have our wonderful chief guest with us right now. So let's get started with the event. So to begin with, I would request our chief guest, Srimati Rasika Chaubeji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and our esteemed dignitaries who have joined us today to please come forward for the lamp lighting. I would request Shri K.K. Pahuja, President, ISDA, Shri Abhyuday Jindal, MD, JSL, Shri Prakash Sanghvi, CMD, Ratnamani, Metal and Tubes, Shri Sanjeev Taneja, ED, SAIL, Srimati Anita Raghunath, Director, Virgo Communications and Exhibitions, to please kindly come forward and lighten the lamp. हमारे भारत की जो संस्कृति है कि हम किसी भी कार्य की शुरुआत जब करते हैं तो ऊपर वाले को याद करते हैं, और इस दीप प्रज्वलन से हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि एक पॉजिटिव एनर्जी हम सबके बीच आए और एक बहुत ही शानदार एक इवेंट हम कर पाएँ और आगे भी लाइफ में बढ़ पाएँ। ये एक दीपक प्रतीक है उत्साह का, पॉजिटिविटी का। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी हमारे चीफ गेस्ट से, श्रीमती रसिका चौबे जी, कि वो कृपया कर मंच पर पधारें। और मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी श्री अभ्युदय जिंदल जी, एमडी जेएसएल, प्लीज़ उन्हें एस्कॉर्ट करें और हमारे साथ यहाँ मंच पर लाएं। I would request Shri K.K. Pahuja, President ISDA, to please join us upon dais. I request Shri Prakash Samani, Metal and Tubes, to please join us upon stage. I request Shri Sanjeev Taneja, ED Sales, to please join us upon stage. And now I request Srimati Anita Raghunathan, Director of Virgo Communications and Exhibitions, to please join us upon stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for our dignitaries and our chief guests? Now I request Shri K.K. Pahuja to kindly extend a floral welcome to our chief guest, Srimati Rasika Chaube, Additional Secretary, Minister of Steel, Government of India. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आज हमारे बीच में आप पधारे, बहुत अभिनंदन आपका। साथ ही साथ अब मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी श्री के पहूजा, प्रेसिडेंट ISDA, ताकि वे आपको ऑफिशियली वेलकम कर सकें आज के इवेंट में।
Good morning, everyone. Respected Srimati Rasika Chaube, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, and today's chief guest. Respected Shri Abhyuday Jindal ji, Managing Director, Jindal Stainless Limited. Shri Prakash Sanghvi ji, CMD Ratnamani Metals. Shri Sanjeev Taneja, ED Salem Steel Plant. Captains of the industry, my fellow association, friends from the media, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of Indian Stainless Steel Development Association, the lead association of this event, welcome you to this very interesting program today. We are particularly grateful to our chief guest, Srimati Rasika Chaube ji, who agreed to grace this occasion in spite of her busy schedule. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence to encourage us and guide us today. We have this exclusive stainless steel event after a long time. It is being held at a time when we see a combination of cyclical and structural factors playing out to usher in what looks like a prolonged period of growth for stainless steel industry in India. Government has rightly set the stage with a Vision 2047 to chart a growth plan for the country which reflects the aspirations of New India. Stainless steel industry is committed to play its rightful role in the nation building with sustainable solutions across various sectors in a scenario where 3 to 4% of the GDP is lost to corrosion every year. As we know, India's tryst with stainless steel started about 4 decades ago, but the real growth momentum came in the 80s with setting up of Salem Steel Plant and Jindal Strips Limited, which is now Jindal Stainless, today amongst the top 10 global stainless steel producers. Similarly, the long product plants starting with Mukund, Viraj and Ratnamani made their mark globally. Simultaneously, the MSME sector also grew with availability of indigenously produced flats with emergence of new clusters for re-rolling in Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan and Gujarat. The rest, as we say, is history, which has propelled India as the second largest and the fastest growing stainless steel market in the world. Here I take this opportunity to highlight some of the excellent initiatives and success stories of Indian stainless steel industry. Stainless steel was first introduced in LHB coaches for Indian Railways about 20 years back. for the specific requirement of increasing life and reduced maintenance of coaches coupled with higher impact resistance. Over the years, the advantage of stainless steel was realized by Indian Railways, and it was decided in 2017 to make only stainless steel coaches in all the 3 rail coach factories. Stainless steel has become an indispensable part of our lives in several areas such as dairy, medical and health services, building and construction, pharmaceutical, chemicals, oil and gas, to name a few. As we say, there is little bit of stainless steel in all our lives. Not only that, we see new market segments emerging continuously, such as structural applications and reinforcement bars, which have huge potential considering the enhanced infrastructure spending being done by the government. Some studies suggest that inflection point in steel consumption is reached when per capita consumption reaches half the global average. Now in stainless steel, we are almost there, which indicates that we may be at the cusp of a major growth era, and what is going to drive this growth? An unending quest for sustainability. India loses around 3 to 4% of the GDP every year due to corrosion, which amounts to almost $100 billion a year. There is now a greater awareness of the problem, with life cycle costs being considered for the projects, which is a great enabler for the stainless steel industry. Stainless steel is well positioned to fight against the effects of climate change in areas such as shift to renewable energy, carbon capture systems, promoting reusable bottles and containers, and even transportation of hydrogen. Being a material of high cyclability, it effectively contributes to the circular economy. In today's proceedings, a stainless steel Vision 2047 document will also be released, and I am sure it is an excellent occasion to look forward to a great future for Indian stainless steel industry. We also look forward to further guidance from the galaxy of industrial leaders who are present here and lay down the roadmap for the next 2 decades. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a warm welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, now I would request Shri Abhyuday Jindalji, MD JSL, to please kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Honorable Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Srimati Rasika Chaubeji, senior members on the dais, government officials, industry, and friends. A very good morning to everyone present here. It is my privilege to address this esteemed gathering. I will start by congratulating everyone for bringing the vision of the first ever global stainless steel expo to life. We are all aware that the metal sector has been performing way below its potential for the last several years. With the gradual revival of the market since the last few quarters, our industry is finally looking up. The purpose of any industry is to solve the pertinent problems of the society. Rapid development in the world is leading to rapid depletion of resources, and when this development is not environmentally sustainable, the global ecosystem comes under further pressure. This is exactly the problem we are here to solve today. All of us sitting here are contributors to the green tomorrow of not just India, but also of the world. Our job is to empower global development with this metal that is completely recyclable, inherently hygienic, and corrosion resistant, and requires the least maintenance for longer periods of time when compared to other alternatives. It is our responsibility to ensure that this metal is at the forefront of charting India's new future in conventional and new age applications alike. Considering the criticality of stainless steel in nation building, focusing on increase in per capita consumption and expanding the applications of stainless steel are the obvious means to achieve this end. However, there are nuances that need to be addressed along this journey. Firstly, we need to reinstate our focus on becoming the global leaders in energy efficient stainless steel production, with sustainability as a key tenet in our future decisions. Secondly, we need to aim for carbon neutrality and for net zero carbon emissions by 2070 in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And thirdly, we need to improve our cost competitiveness while focusing on growth in the domestic and international sectors alike. These are not just issues for any one manufacturer to tackle, but for the entire industry to come together and address. The Stainless Steel Vision 2047, which will soon be released by Srimati Rasika Chaube ji, is based on the extensive research done by Gsse and supported by ISDA. It will serve as our trusted advisor on the specific ways in which we can achieve these objectives. On a policy front, I would like to applaud the Steel Ministry's vision to make India completely Atmanirbhar for value-added products in steel and stainless steel. We are also thankful to the Ministry for various initiatives like the National Steel Policy, the focus on scrap recycling, quality control order, etc. The industry looks forward to continued support from the government for achieving the Stainless Steel Vision 2047. Indian stainless steel producers have adequate capacities and globally acclaimed quality production capabilities to meet the growing needs of the Indian subcontinent. However, this calls for policy initiatives to be aimed at promoting open and fair competition, thus enabling a level playing field for the domestic manufacturers vis-à-vis the imports. As manufacturers, our focus should not be on capacity enhancement only, but also on consistent innovations aimed at quality improvement in our offerings. Simultaneously, sustained efforts need to be made towards digital interventions across the entire value chain for us to be forerunners in adopting Industry 4.0 in the stainless steel industry. We need to invest in R&D and innovation to develop technologies that will help solve the generic problems of our society and the specific problems of our industry as well. When it comes to the goal of net zero carbon emissions, the stainless steel industry will have to play a two-pronged role. One, we have to invest in infrastructure that fulfills the environment, social and governance responsibilities and supports the usage of various renewable energy sources. Two, we need to be prepared to support the thriving demand for production and transportation of new age energy solutions like green hydrogen and ethanol by augmenting our capacities and logistical capabilities. Strengthening education and skill building will also be instrumental in creating a future-ready workforce that will be able to support the growth that we are envisioning for our industry. All these efforts combined will catalyze the overall improvement of the stainless steel ecosystem while strengthening the three pillars of sustainability, that is people, planet, and profits. Over 5 decades ago, our founder, my grandfather, Shri O.P. Jindal, embarked on a journey to bring about a Swadeshi revolution that would make India self-reliant in its needs for industrial solutions. Through sustained efforts, the past years have witnessed the transition of India's stainless steel industry from being import-dependent to becoming Atmanirbhar across various sectors. Equipped with a diversified end-to-end product portfolio comprising of more than 120 plus stainless steel grades in all series, state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, smart automation tools, Jindal Stainless has successfully created a 360-degree channel to reach out to all our customer segments across the world. We are also now gearing up to meet the special demands of emerging new sectors and new age applications like green hydrogen, ethanol, aerospace, nuclear. Jindal Stainless has curated an initiative also called the Stainless Academy to advocate and popularize the usage and benefits of stainless steel. Focusing on future decision makers, we have partnered with 11 leading institutions like IITs to curate a course on stainless steel. We have signed MOUs with educational bodies like NIFTEM to promote the metal usage in food applications, and with HSBTE for introducing the course on stainless steel in 41 polytechnics across Haryana, and we are also making similar efforts to do the same in Odisha. We have fabricated 4 stainless steel showcase vans that traverse the length and breadth of the country, displaying various applications of stainless steel. One is also there in the cafeteria. Equipped with fabrication tools and supported by government bodies like Ministry of Steel under Ispati Irada and Skill India by National Skill Development Corporation. These vans educate the customers on one hand and train fabricators on the other. I am happy to share that about 12,000 fabricators across the nation have benefited from these trainings, and it's an ongoing process. We are also committed to skill enhancement across downstream industries in partnership with NSDC. It's a proud moment for the Indian industry that India's first stainless steel foot-over bridge was inaugurated recently in Naupada, Andhra Pradesh, with Jindal Stainless as the supplier of its complete stainless steel requirement. We are doing all of this while fulfilling our founder's vision of being responsible corporate citizens, working relentlessly in the fields of women empowerment, education, skill development, healthcare, environment sustainability, community development. We are also overtly aware and committed to our responsibility to support our MSME partners. And hence, we are working relentlessly towards the development and upliftment of the entire ecosystem. Today, it is up to all of us sitting here to make India the manufacturing superpower it deserves to be. I conclude by thanking my industry counterparts for this collaborative effort of creating a stainless India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. So now I would request Shri Prakash Sanghvi ji, CMD Ratnamani Metals and Tubes, to please deliver the industrial address.
Good morning. Steel Secretary, Additional Steel Secretary Rasika ji, Chaube ji, Ahuja ji, Abhyuday ji, and ladies and gentlemen. This is really a good platform where after 2 years we are meeting together and meeting each other to develop our stainless steel. See, as Abhyuday ji said, their grandfather, Mr. O.P. Jindal, I met personally to them also. He had started stainless steel first time in the country. Then, of course, Salem Steel and all these companies coming. And it is really a good platform to meet all the vendors, customers, and understand the stainless steel in product and tubular product. We are from Ratnamani, the first initiative taken of the stainless steel tubes and pipes for stainless steel seamless as well as welded construction. The pipes and tubes is also a major role in core sector industries. You can name the oil and gas, fertilizer, chemical, all such industries. Like that, there is a good scope of export also from the country. Because of this, of course, it's unfortunate, but there is a war and there is a destruction and construction. So in future, there is a good scope of exporting from India, become an export hub for stainless steel, steel plates, pipe, round, long products, and tubular product. So it's, ladies and gentlemen, meet each other, develop the contact, understand the product, and how best we can do from our end to export and for the domestic market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanghvi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Shri Sanjeev Taneja, ED SAIL, to please deliver the industrial address.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Ma'am Rasika Chobe, Mr. Jindal, Mr. Pahuja, Mr. Singhvi, captains of the industry, a lot of experts in the stainless steel industry. it is indeed a very humbling experience for me to be addressing this gathering. I am relatively a very new player, just about 3 years in this stainless steel industry. But what I have seen is now that the last 2 years were very challenging for the industry. With the COVID, the wide fluctuations in the industry inputs, ferroalloys, and I used to get feelers that the industry is overcharging. But I wish to assure everybody that the industry never overcharged. We were just covering costs. Now, with the emphasis on infrastructure development in railways, roadways, waterways, ports, airports, smart city projects, the demand is bound to grow in leaps and bounds. And it is for the industry to come up to the expectations. Because if we see, the government of India has given us that platform of demand along with the emphasis on Make in India. So the domestic stainless steel industry, the demand is going to be very good. And there is no reason why we will not be growing at a much larger, much faster pace. And I find this growth pattern has already started in the last few months. Like at Salem Steel Plant, we've achieved a growth of almost 18-20% in the last year, which has helped us turn around also. From a loss-making unit for the last 10 years, we are now in black. So now how we address the challenges of inputs with the global scenario of this Russia-Ukraine war, the availability of nickel has become a constraint. Ferroalloys are a constraint. So how we address these issues and grow further, that is the challenge for the industry. And like we could face the challenge in the COVID times, we will definitely be able to overcome these challenges also. And today's gathering, I am sure we will interact with each other, meet more vendors, customers, broaden our baskets. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to take this opportunity to invite the chief guest of our today's event, Srimati Rasika Chaubeji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please address the gathering.
Abhyuday Jindal, CMD, MD JSL, Shri Prakash Sanghvi, CMD Ratnamani Metals and Tubes, Shri KK Pahuja, President ISDA, Shri Sanjeev Taneja, ED from SAIL, Anita Raghunath, my senior colleague Aruna Sharma ma'am, participants for the Global Stainless Steel Expo, captains of the stainless steel industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank ISDA, ably run under the presidency of Mr. Pahuja, and the entire stainless steel fraternity for inviting me here to the inaugural session of the Global Stainless Steel Expo, which is being held for the first time here in Mumbai. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm given to understand that this kind of expo, especially for stainless steel, is being held not only first time in India, but I think this is the first time it's being held anywhere in the world. So my compliments for to the entire stainless steel fraternity for doing that. And this also goes to show that our stainless steel industry in the country has arrived. It is robust, it is vibrant, and it is on a growth trajectory. My compliments once again to each one of you present here. Now, all of you are aware that the steel sector is a backbone of any economy. There's a direct correlation between the steel usage and the development which takes place in any economy. You see the developed countries like Japan and others, they have a huge steel usage. It goes above 800 kgs per person. But here in India, this has been little, the steel usage is limited. We were 71 for some time, went to 74, then again went back to 71, but I'm very happy to state that today we are at 78 kgs per person. So there is an increase, and this is because there's a joint effort which has taken place from the Government of India and the efforts which you all have put in together to bring up this consumption. Let me just share with you that what all that Ministry of Steel has done to enhance steel usage, which also means enhancing stainless steel usage. Now, first and foremost, we have a two-pronged approach which we follow in the ministry. On one hand, we want to promote capacity addition, that's enhanced production. At the same time, we also work upon enhancing consumption. Now, for that, we have taken several steps. The first is that we have been interacting with various ministries whom we think are not only the current users, but could be our prospective users for steel. And we have webinars with them, we get their long-term perspective plans, what they plan to do in future, what are the kind of steel they could possibly require. And at the same time, we request our steel producers to bring out before them what all they could offer them. So it's quite possible that, we could end up telling them that there are certain areas which traditionally have not been for steel, they could switch over to that. So we've done this with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, we've done this with Rural Development, we've done this with Petroleum and Natural Gas, MORTH, in fact, Urban Affairs. So we've done this kind of exercise with so many ministries to start with. And I must share with you that there are certain things, very concrete things which have happened. One is that the Rural Development Ministry, they highlighted the need for having steel houses. Now, there were prototypes which were created, but they were totally steel, so people were a little, apprehensive about using them. So we have given a kind of set up a committee where a lot of IIT professors and industrialists from the steel sector were there. And we are working out, in fact, they are going to come out. And this is being done by NIT Jaipur, and I think this is Institute of School of Architecture in Jabalpur. They are working together, and they're coming out with prototypes which will have structures made of steel, but the material which will be used will be vernacular, so that it's easier for people to accept those houses. And apart from that, we are also ensuring that the prices are not prohibitive, because if you see under the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, urban and rural, the price which a person can, they can afford is around 1,65,000. So we have worked out in such a way that these houses which we make of steel, which would be of that amount only, and it should not exceed that. So that's one exercise we've done. Second, we are doing along with ISDA is trying to work out bridge designs. We find that many a times the steel sector loses out vis-a-vis the RCC bridges because of lack of design. So we are asking ISDA to make a design which is for 35 span, 40 span, larger spans, designs are not available. Now, I was given to understand that right now they are not considering stainless steel as one of the options there. So I'll request Mr. Pahuja if he could liaise with INSDAC and see if the designs could also use stainless steel. That could in turn promote the stainless steel industry as well, because I find that you are coming up with stainless steel rebars and other things. Industry has taken, and then there is the large announcements which have been done by the finance ministry, the budget, the 1 lakh crore which is going to be spent on infrastructure. All that is going to add on to the steel demand and also in turn stainless steel demand. Then Prime Minister you must have heard about his Gati Shakti vision. Now this Gati Shakti master plan is nothing but it boosts the infrastructure growth in the country. It ensures that all the ministries work together in tandem and take on the projects which are being given. So in a nutshell, all these efforts which have been made by the ministries, the government, and the effort which you are making as an industry would ensure that the use of steel goes up. Now, when I say steel, I would expect that stainless steel is subsumed in that. And definitely, like I was talking about the steel consumption which has taken place, the per capita, that as I mentioned about 78. Now currently, the stainless steel per capita is only 2.6. That's what Mr. Pahuja was referring to. And the global average is 6. That means there's a huge scope to grow. And definitely now, people have realized that stainless is not only limited to the utensils which we used to think of when we talked in the 80s. Now there's much more to stainless steel. You can use it in the process industries, you can use it in automobiles. Railways, as was mentioned, is one of the big users. And I think somebody mentioned about it being recently in Paugad, which place was it? In Srikakulam district, you made a foot over bridge, I think. Naupada. So we've got, railway is using it in a big way because all the modernization, all their coaches, their LHB coaches, these are made of stainless steel. They have their own advantages. The accidents, when the accidents take place, I mean, God forbid, then the fatalities are reduced. It doesn't catch fire. So it has its advantage. There is a huge scope of stainless steel, and I'm sure that we in the stainless steel sector will definitely go leaps and bounds. One of the major qualities which I find which is attracting people to stainless steel is its corrosion resistance. Now that's one thing which makes it very attractive, especially in the coastal areas. And maintenance-free and hygienic. That's another area I think Railways is choosing it for that purpose also. And then you have the 100% recyclability, versatility, then you have durability. I think all this makes stainless steel a very good choice. Now, I'd say apart from whatever I mentioned, the fact that the capacity utilization is less in the steel sector, I mean the stainless steel sector, I'm given to understand that currently, whatever capacity we have, we are only utilizing around 60% of that. Means there is a scope which we can take on more assignments in the stainless steel side. So that is one thing which shows that there is some, huge scope of improvement and getting larger orders and going further. Then second thing is that I've noticed that around 8 lakh tons of stainless steel is imported in the country. And as Abhyuday had mentioned, that we need to become competitive for that. We need to make steel at competitive prices so that, this import which has taken place, we could reduce that. Some people blame it on the ADD and the CVDs which have been removed, but I still feel that is the thing, the decisions which sometimes have to be taken by the government, and they are also considered and reconsidered. But in the meantime, what really stands out is you need to become competitive. And that is where it will hold you in good stead. And I'm very happy to learn from Mr. Pahuja that we are coming out with a vision policy for the stainless steel, which I think will be announced. And I just browsing through what exactly is there in the policy, and I find that we are expecting a consumption growth, a tremendous consumption growth. And what is indicated therein that will be around 12.5 million tons by 2040. And we'll touch around 20 in 2047. So that's a good growth we are expecting, and there's no reason why we can't achieve that. Because globally, if you see, the growth of stainless steel has been, the CAGR growth has been the highest. It's been around 5.5, whereas the other metals have grown at 2.5 CAGR and others. So I think that the target which we are setting for ourselves, definitely could be achieved, and I wish all of you all the best. And I'll request Mr. Pahuja that this report which you have prepared, you have we would like that we also utilize it, because in the ministry we are also working on a vision document for the steel sector at large, wherein stainless steel would definitely be a part, and it will be a great help. Very timely this report has come out. That whatever we are preparing, not only will we utilize whatever you have said, you should also help us in preparing our document, because that will make it more realistic. Some papers are already ready. We would like to share this with you so that we come up with a paper which is, something which we can achieve and is very realistic. Now, another thing I would like to share with you is that our minister has just announced a secondary steel policy. Some of you were already there when we had that big seminar in Vigyan Bhavan on Sunday, on 27th of March. There, I think a lot of effort is being definitely there, because 90% of your producers are coming in that secondary steel producer category. And so there again, we have noted what are challenges you people pointed out. But in case we have missed out something, we would need your help again in that. Now, one of the major challenges which came up during the discussion which also was brought out here, was about raw material availability. Now, scrap is one of the things which all of you talked about. Let me share with you that, what we have been trying to do in the ministry. Number one, first thing, all of you are aware, we removed the duty on that. 2.5 duty is not there. And we got it extended up to March 23, and hopefully we'll be able to succeed in extending it further till the time the raw materials scrap situation doesn't improve here. Second is, as you all are talking about, is austenitic steel which you make. In that, I find that nickel and chromium is what is needed. Now, chromium is in good supply in the country, so we don't need to worry about. But nickel is another thing that which is not available. Now, here what I find that most of you use ferronickel, and there is 2.5% duty on that. So we have taken up the matter with the Finance Ministry, because this is a very important raw material for all of us in the stainless steel. Let's hope, if whenever it is considered, but these decisions are taken after a lot of consideration because of by the Ministry of Finance. But as Ministry of Steel, we do recommend that this being a raw material, there should be no duty on that. Apart from that, you are aware that we have come up with a scrapping policy, and the Ministry of Road Transport, they have come up with the end of use vehicle. So all these put together will ensure that raw material that is scrap is available to you all in a very organized way, because as of now, the collection of scrap is not organized. One issue again which was brought out there was the GST on scrap. This was an issue which all of you raised there. That's been taken up with the Ministry of Finance by our Honorable Minister. Let's hope if we can resolve that for you. Then another concern which was brought out again was the trade tariffs which are there on steel in some countries, especially EU, on the flat products, SS flat products. See, again, I can tell you that Ministry of Steel can take up the matter, but final decisions are taken after negotiations are done with various countries, and Commerce Ministry plays a very important role. But definitely this trade issue which was highlighted has also been addressed. Then you have another challenge which you face is with the substitutes, basically plastic and aluminium. But here again, I'll repeat that you'll have to become more, promote your case. You'll have we'll help out. We will go ahead and highlight to people that how steel can be helpful. You all, some of you would have been there in the meeting when the Jal Shakti mission, the ministry, they had approached us how stainless steel could be utilized and how they could use steel pipes. So we promoted stainless steel. Yes, cost does come in the way, but we are trying to tell them about the life cycle cost and other things, which Mr. Pahuja just mentioned, that to some extent, Ministry of Finance has agreed. Some projects have been worked upon on life cycle cost, but it will still take some time. So the last challenge, I think, which Abhyuday mentioned about, is about the zero net carbon neutrality. I must share with you just last week, there was uh, in Ashoka, there was one committee which had come, and this is basically the Clean Energy Ministerial Forum. They were there, and where India, I think 150 countries are signatories to there, and their committee members were there, and they were talking about how steel can work towards carbon neutrality by 2030. So we try to bring out that we would be following what our Prime Minister has said of 2070, and we'll be working towards that. So here, I would just like to mention to you that in future, people will talk of green steel. They'll talk about green stainless steel also. Now, the fact that you use scrap, you do not generate much of carbon emission in that respect. But the ferroalloy industry and others who are required as your thing, they generate a lot of. So we, as the complete, if we take the complete value chain, we need to be sensitive about it, because it should not happen that sometime when the demand is for green or a low carbon stainless steel, we are found wanting there. So this is one challenge where I would like to, request all of you to work upon it as a team and see how you can, work on this. And in case you need any help from the ministry for, addressing these issues, that we can always do that. One low-hanging fruit which came out from when we were discussing that in that forum was that we can start using RE, renewable energy, in place of the energy which we use, the fossil fuel energy which we use. And it has emerged that if we do that, 40% carbon emission can be done. Now, the reason I'm raising this issue in this forum is that if you people can work out for yourself that how much would be the RE requirement by 2040 or 2047, then we can project that to the MNRE, the Ministry of Renewable Energy, because they have been directed by the PM that they should have the capacity to make 500 gigawatt of RE by that day. So if we can, dovetail our requirement with them, and we should be the first one to do that. So I would request the entire stainless steel community to work on this, because this is going to be the future, and we need to be alert and alive to this. So with this, I would just say that though you have your challenges, but you have been doing very well, growing fast, organized a function like this. And the prospects seem to be really bright, because the GDP is expected to grow at 8.9, and that's what it's projected to be. And unlike the last year when it contracted by 6 to 7%. And then apart from that, the index for industrial promotion also shows that the numbers are very robust for the industry. So that shows that all of you, the industry will do well. Then why not the stainless steel industry will do well? And lastly, you must have heard about the PLI schemes which the government of India have announced. That means a lot of manufacturing is going to be taken place in the country, and definitely the requirement of steel, stainless steel will go up. We must take full advantage of that. So with this, I would hope that in future, that right now we are, as I think Abhyuday was mentioning, that we are not net exporters, but we're net importers. So I think we should now work hard and become net exporter of stainless steel also. We are net exporters of steel, but not of stainless steel. So we must become net exporters of stainless steel, and I wish you the best. And any suggestions, though I would not be there in the roundtables which will take place, but I'll request Mr. Pahuja and his team to pass it on to us. So we will like to incorporate your suggestions, as I said, in our vision document, in our secondary steel policy, wherever we can, so that we can facilitate you all. Thank you.
मैम, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि आप आज हमारे बीच पधारे, अपना कीमती समय निकाल के. साथ ही साथ योर प्रेजेंस इज़ सो मोटिवेटिंग फॉर all of us, like every individual who is sitting here. Thank you very much. With this, I would request Shri Abhyuday Jindal ji and Shri Prakash Sangvi ji to extend a memento to our chief guest, Srimati Rasika Chaube ji. Now we request our chief guest, Srimati Rasika Chaubeji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please release the Stainless Steel Vision 2047 report. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we release the Stainless Steel Vision 2047 report. Can we please put our hands together? I see only one gentleman who's really happy and still clapping. Can we please put our hands together and bring in some positive energy, everybody? Thank you. Now I request all our esteemed dignitaries and our chief guest to kindly release Gsse 2022 Exhibitor Catalogue. Thank you. Now I would request Srimati Anita Raghunath, Director, Virgo Communications and Exhibitions, to please take over and deliver a vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here first. And it gives me immense pleasure to see this day, because we have been working on this project right at the time of COVID, and we were really very ambitious about putting something like this, but we are very happy that we were able to succeed, not because it was only our vision, but because of the support of the industry. So in this vote of thanks, I would like to thank our title partners, Jindal Stainless and Abhyuday and Vijay Sharma ji, especially for all the guidance and mentoring we got to put this thing together. Apart from that, yes, we have all our other sponsors, Ratnamani, Autocompu, Minox Metal, Sunflag, and all the other associations. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Pahuja from ISDA. They have been a great guiding factor for us. They, in fact, told us what the industry is all about, what we need to do, what is the vision of the industry, and we just aligned along with them and, tried to put this event together. For us as an exhibition organizer, we believe that we are a facilitator, but there needs to be industry which needs to be facilitated. So we are very, very, very charged up about to be a part of this industry because it's definitely a fast-growing industry, and the people are amazing in this industry, and I'm sure together with their guidance, we will be able to take this initiative, what we have created. This is a maiden event, but I know that we have a long way to go, and we will be able to take this forward in a much stronger way with the guidance and understanding and the teaching of the industry. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the media who's here, our exhibitors, all the media partners who have extensively supported us and promoted this event through their channels, and all the visitors who are going to come here. So ma'am, Rasika ji, thank you so much for being here and gracing this occasion, because it's really, really important for us, and we have come I can't say a long way, but still we have made an initiative, and thank you so much for that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we have 3 days of event, and I hope everybody have a successful day. Thank you so much, and next 2 days too. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the inauguration ceremony. I would like to thank all our attendees, our esteemed dignitaries, and our chief guest for gracing this event. And now an announcement. I would request people, those who are on in for CEO Roundtable, to be ready at suite number 103 at first floor at 1:15 p.m. sharp. And now I request press and media to please take their seats and start with the interaction session. So the first rows, first 3-4 rows are for our press and media.
Check,
Thank you so
check.
much.
Hello, hello. Hello, check this 1 2. Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, check.
Miss Rasika ji. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, this media interaction will be just for 10 minutes. We're going to keep it crisp because we want ma'am to please take a tour of the exhibition also. Thank you.
Yeah, Rasika ji, good morning. Thank you for coming here. And I'm from Minerals and Metals Review newspaper. It's one of the oldest magazine in India for metals industry. My name is Paresh Parmar. We have seen over the years, now Indonesia has taken over India as the largest stainless steel producer. And they've been dumping steel and stainless steel to countries like India, and we are literally like not able to match their standards. So what are you doing to counter these, and are you looking at restoring the countervailing duties, or how are you going to go about it?
Hello. A CVD or a ADD is DGTR, and depending on the the correctness or the amount of injury it is causing, they put the required ADD and CVD. You are talking about cases where the ADD CVD existed and now they have been removed. So these are decisions which are taken by the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Finance, based on certain areas. Normally the user ministry would be consulted if required, but in this case we have given our views because knowing that I think the ISDA association had mentioned. So at the correct time, the government will definitely take a decision when they feel the injury is being caused to the steel sector.
Another thing is European Union of late has imposed the anti-dumping duty on products from India. So are we looking at giving them a counter tariff, or are we looking at how are we going to counter this? Because each country is going for resource nationalism, and how are we, like, as a country, I'm asking you, how are we trying to cope up with not only steel but other commodities as well?
Let me tell
Because
you these.
if we have seen nickel prices have been soaring exceedingly high right now. And as you mentioned, the chrome ore, which we already have in the country, it is already run by the state-run OMC, right? And people are already facing difficulties in accessing that ore because OMC is not releasing to the extent which the industry is requiring. So how are we designing a policy for, the betterment of the industry, or how are we going to go about it?
So let me tell you, Ministry of Steel normally acts as a facilitator, whatever be the area. If you get stuck in maybe the anti-dumping duties are not happening. See, I'm repeating that is a responsibility of a quasi-judicial body. It's not a thing which is done by any ministry. DGTR is the one who imposes ADDs, who you put CVDs. So they are not guided by anyone. They do their own investigation. They do their own exercise. But notwithstanding that, inputs can always be given to them, which we always do as and when the industry approaches us. In this case, as I said, like you're saying that EU has imposed something, it is not a reactionary exercise that, somebody has imposed that immediately we go. It's a process which is done after a lot of consideration, because there are certain WTO norms we have to appear to be having done our job before we impose something. So you can rest assured that DGTR is a very, very robust body of the Government of India. As and when it would be needed, and as and when the requests are received from the various industry heads, it would definitely be acted upon. As regards the chrome thing, chromium which you mentioned, OMC is like they are the custodians, and in case there is an issue, I mean, if the industry brings up, we can always take up with the state government. They are very receptive to that. There must be,
Hello.
I'm not very privy to what you're saying that they're not releasing it to the industry. We would definitely, they would see if they're producing it, they would want to sell. I mean, they're not producing for not doing anything with it. So if it is an issue, we would request ISDA to bring it to our knowledge, and we would definitely take up the matter with the state government, and if need be, through the Ministry of Mines.
Oh, one last question.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to pass on the mic. I'm sorry, sir. Please. Thank you so much. Sir, your mic.
The automotive industry is going through a lot of crisis in terms of input cost, and which is one of the primary markets for steel. I mean, what is the industry doing to reduce the cost? I mean, Mr. Jindal spoke about cost reduction being a very categorical tool, and are there any incentives that the government will be giving for, like, for MSME? There was some reduction in the given from the in the terms of the cost per ton. So anything on that front that you'd like to specify?
Yeah. See, the government is always very concerned about the MSMEs. Now, coming to the point which you are making, that the Export Promotion Council, the EPC, the automotive sector, they are regularly in touch with us, where all the stalwarts of the steel sector, all the captains, whether it's Jindals or Tatas or SAIL, all were present, and they were requested, and it was a dialogue. We just became the interface between the MSMEs, the auto sector, and the bigger players. And they have offered a discount of 2,500 per ton. Yeah. So that, in fact, we had a review about this last week, and all of them informed us that there is a huge amount of huge quantity of steel which has been picked up through that through the discount. They all have portals for this purpose, especially put up. So I think there is an increase in steel price, no doubt, but definitely this is the only way we can help out the MSMEs.
Believe that you're giving to the industry to the 2,500 rupees ton benefit, would that continue in the long term, or?
See, again, I will repeat that we, being a deregulated sector, we cannot issue a diktat to that extent. But yes, there's always we could be a mediator. It has just started, and I expect it to continue till the prices are
cool down,
high. Definitely they cool down, because the MSMEs need to take on. Apart from that, there is an institution called NSIC. ArcelorMittal is supplying through that to a lot of MSMEs. So there are various ways in which the Ministry of MSMEs, Ministry of Commerce, Steel, we are all concerned. I mean, when this comes to our notice, so and especially the Prime Minister's office, they all.
One last thing, ma'am, any comment from your side for the steel industry to reduce the cost so that we are able to, the industry is able to support the growth of the other industries like automotive, railways. As you said, a lot of new sectors are looking at consumption of steel. So if the cost is reduced, then adoption will be faster.
So what we are trying to do, I mean, see, cost is something which is not, it's because they have to be also aligned to the international prices. It's not something which they come up with their own prices. So the input cost had definitely gone up. I mean, the coking coal price from 115 went up to 600. It crossed 600 and touched the 700 per dollars mark. So therefore, input costs were high. But yes, I do agree. As compared to 2020, the baseline price has gone up phenomenally. So the only thing which we try to do is that, to help out, is we are taking up the matter with various ministries, how, they could put in price variation clauses in their contract, so that a person who enters into a contract, at least the government could consider doing that. So that recommendation has been made. I mean, Railways already has a price variation clause. Some ministries don't. So that is one way we could help out the industry.
Thank you, ma'am. Any comment from you about reducing the cost in that sense that you mentioned?
This anti-dumping CVD was removed so that there is more material available for all the downstream players, and cost competitiveness is something we have to continuously work on. That is, as an industry leader, we are continuously working, developing, and it's only to support our downstream players, because if, as you said, cost is low, consumption will grow, so that is the way we are also working towards that.
Thank you, sir. I think
Just one question. Hi, I'm Khushbu Tiwari from ET Now. Just one question, that there's some reports that suggest that there have been some demand to buy coking coal from Russia at cheaper rates. Have you got any such requests from steel companies for the same?
No, actually what has happened is that coking coal, we import most of the coking coal, and most of it comes from Australia. So they had a kind of a monopoly. So what was happening, we had the different qualities of coke, and they were giving a second quality, which is called the mid-wall coke, at a higher price. So it was decided by the government that if we diversify, if we find out more sources, the prices would cool down. And because of that, Government of India and Government of Russia have entered into an MOU whereby they will supply coking coal at a reduced cost. Last year, our companies have gone and done that, and around 4.5 million ton of coking coal has been purchased from Russia, which includes PCI and anthracite also.
Going ahead also, how much import do you expect from Russian markets now?
So, no, it depends on the companies now. See, we have put them together, and if they find the price is competitive, because logistic costs also needs to be seen, the MOU which has been done says that up to 40 million tons we can import from Russia.
Any range of the prices also on the discount, or what range in the discounted price that we are getting from them?
Prices would be a commercial decision between two companies. I mean, we don't negotiate the prices at all. We just bring them together. We just get an assurance, because otherwise the entire coking coal which Russia has generally goes to China and other countries.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we are done with the media interaction. I think we just had one question there.
Good afternoon, ma'am, everybody. There is a SIM registration in the import. You have to register SIM before 15 days. And we are importing from all over India, all over world. And neighboring country, we have reached material within 5 to 7 days. How can anybody notify 15 days before SIM registration? SIM's registration.
Okay. You're talking about the steel import monitoring system.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, there is a clause there that you have to do the registration before 15 days and up to 60 days. So that has been done because, we, number one, if you see the steel import system of US, they don't have that 15 days thing. They have it 0 days. But this has been put with a slight, we're just trying to see how is the reaction, because we also don't want imports to take place much. We are moving towards Atmanirbharta.
So we'll just
from
stick to
Far
that
East
one
country,
question.
The material come within 5 to 7 days. How can we register before 15 days?
So there are requests which have received, whatever you are mentioning, the similar requests have been received. We are looking into it, whether we can bring it down from 15. So that is under consideration. But as of now, it continues to be 15 and 16.
I think we are running short of time, so I think we will close this interaction here. And I would like ma'am to go around and have a look at the exhibition. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you
media.
so
Thank
much,
you so much
all
for
of
being
you
here.
all the attendees, all the dignitaries, our chief guests. Thanks a lot once again for starting this event with such energy boost. Thanks a lot. The session begins in 30 seconds, so I request all the attendees, all our guests to please be assembled in the conference hall. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the session. I would request all the people, those who wish to gain some amazing knowledge, to be a part of this session. We're about to begin this session in next 20 seconds. Thank you. check. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call that we are about to start the session 1. I would once again request all the people, those who want to attend, learn something great in this session, please be a part of this one. Good to go? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Global Stainless Steel Expo 2022, powered by Jindal Stainless. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 1. So here we're going to have a panel discussion, and the topic for this panel discussion.
We are starting with our session 1. Please proceed towards the conference hall. Thank you.
And the topic for this panel discussion is opportunities and role of stainless steel in nation building. This session will be chaired by Dr. Aruna Sharma, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel. I request Dr. Aruna Sharma to please join me up on stage. Now I would like to invite the panelists for this discussion. Firstly, I would invite Mr. K.K. Pahuja, President, ISDA. Mr. Sanjeev Taneja, ED, SSP, SAIL. Mr. Prakash Bhatt, Business Head, Ratnamani Pipes and Tubes. And now I hand over mic to the chairperson, the one who's chairing the session, Dr. Aruna Sharma.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely, post-lunch session is the most difficult one. But then, as you all know, this is something which is your bread and butter. And the whole intention of this conference was to bring everybody under the same roof, under the same platform, so that common interest areas you are able to work together for correction in the policy making as well as expanding the businesses. So today I have a very, very able and experienced panel with me. And here we will be talking about the opportunities and role of stainless steel in nation building. Why nation building? Because your consumption today is 2.5 kg per capita, and possibility is to go to 6 kg per capita. So it is not just in your interest, but nation's interest, because then the nation spends less on maintenance. The nation does not repeat doing the same job again and again. What infra, what equipment, what machinery we make once remains there. So that change of mind is going to contribute to the nation building in a very big way as we are moving ahead, and that's the gist, that you have to explore the new areas of shift and choice of material through stainless steel. And that is where it belongs. Like today's morning session, many of the topics were talked about, where new market areas are your sugar mills, your other construction material, railways. Then it's also about the pipeline distribution after filtration of water. till filtration of water, it is carbon steel pipelines, which from cement has made a shift. And after filtration, it is U, because then it becomes non-carcinogenic, better and better equipped. So how we are going to bring out this transformation and the new market areas is the challenge, besides the traditional areas where we are going ahead. So first of all, I will be introducing my panelists as I address the first question to them. So I think Mr. Pahuja doesn't need an introduction. You all know that he's heading your forum. And what I will like him to focus upon, the contribution already made in stainless steel in the nation building, and what are the challenges you feel are there which needs attention, which are the pain points, and that can be corrected.
Thank you, ma'am. There are many facets where stainless steel has contributed to the nation building over last maybe 50 years or so. But I'll just cite a few. And my most favorite is a case study is about the railway coaches or metro coaches, which I mentioned in the morning also. My predecessors in ISDA, along with our member industries, introduced stainless steel as a coach material to railways sometimes maybe 25 years back. And it was only in 2002 that the railway came up with the first stainless steel design, LHB design, which was acquired from Germany that time, and started making small quantities of those coaches. And slowly these coaches, the population of that coaches increased. First of all, it came in all the premium trains, Shatabdis and Rajdhanis, and gradually, but in 2017, railways took a very, very momentous decision that henceforth they will make only stainless steel coaches. So from that time onwards, all the 3 coach factories have shifted to 100% stainless steel coaches, and this is where we see that as an industry or as a stainless steel material have made contribution to nation building, because once you travel in those coaches, then you realize the safety angle, the hygiene angle. I do not know, many of old timers like me might be used to traveling the old carbon steel coaches where the tanks and the water were always leaking and dirtying the coaches. So all those things are now things of the past. Similarly, and one more thing happened in the meanwhile that happened about 10 years back, that railway thought that the human waste which is, falls on the tracks is causing huge hygiene issues both inside track and outside tracks. So railway came up with the solution of a biodigester. Now, being a very corrosive environment in which a biodigester has to work, stainless steel, high grade of stainless steel 316L was a normal choice. And our industry came forward to make those kind of biodigesters. And I'm happy to say that now the entire fleet, almost entire fleet of railway coaches has been fitted with biodigesters. So you have feel proud of as a contributing to national building. Third example again from the metro coaches, when Delhi Metro was being made, the metro man, as we know, Dr. Sridharan, he had a choice of choosing various type of coaches, maybe aluminum or stainless steel, but he went for stainless steel coaches. And you can see the result. If you have traveled by Delhi Metro and other metros, now the Bombay Metro is also coming, you will feel the difference, how clean and hygiene it is, because it is possible to maintain it that way. So these are the things. Now, what challenges? Now challenges, there were a couple of challenges which we as an industry faced, which we had to overcome. Now, as I said, the first coach came in 2002, but railway took a decision in 2017 to shift to 100% stainless steel. What happened in these 15 years? What was holding back the railways? It was even when the technical superiority is established, sufficient data has to be there for the data to be generated and to convince the railways that stainless steel is the right choice, and then the decision came automatically. So that was the first challenge. And same challenge is coming now in the coaches under frames. Even when railways shifted to 100% stainless steel bodies, the underframe continued to be in cotton steel or carbon steel. So it has taken again couple of years for the railways to realize that the full benefit of that stainless steel is not being realized, because just because there is a corrosion in the underframe, the coaches have to go back to repairs periodically. So what railway has done now, again the problem was of data generation. So once the data could be generated about the downtime of coaches due to corrosion in the underframes, railways have taken a decision now. They have installed stainless steel underframe in about 100 coaches on trial basis. And those trials are going on, and I'm sure those trials will be successful. There is no doubt in my mind. And therefore that will pave the way for 100% of underframe, stainless steel underframe in railway coaches. So the challenge is really lies in the data. We talk of life cycle costs, but to actually calculate the life cycle cost, the data is not available. And whatever data we are able to give, naturally the customer or the user like to generate his own data, his own experience, and that is a challenge which we are trying to overcome. We have certain solutions in mind that maybe we'll have some kind of a program with a database where, you know, one program will be there for rolling stock, one for maybe, so that it becomes, we want to facilitate the use of life cycle cost and calculation of life cycle cost, which is convincing to the end user. The challenge that we face was in fabrication. Once you start using stainless steel, the fabrication is entirely different from carbon steel. You cannot just shift a carbon steel welder or a system to stainless steel. So the challenge is about training the people in fabrication so that the entire ecosystem of the stainless steel grows. So there also we, along with our members companies, we do extensive fabrication training programs for different set of people, right from the roadside welders to sophisticated programs in the OEMs and so on. And now I think we have reached a stage where there are enough know-how available for stainless. Challenges based on our experience will continue, but we are geared up to overcome and educate the customer, which is a continuous process in ISTA.
Wonderful. See, very rightly has flagged out that how the journey was for 15 years to make a complete switchover to stainless steel. But I'm very sure with the technologies and digitization and the data which is available across the globe, somebody else is using it, so that replication this time can be reduced considerably. And which in the pipes, carbon steel pipes, the ONGC and others reduced it to 3 years, 2 years to 3 years. They tested the new Indian material for 2 years and that they said it is on par with what we are importing. So import replacement is the shortest route. And second is a new market if you are entering, you have to be like an LIC agent, what I was mentioning at the lunch time, you have to be persistent to them. And you have to answer each of their query. Because that doubt you will have to rubbish it and then sort of take them ahead. That is very, very important. Now I address my question to Mr. Prakash Bhatt, who is into seamless and welded stainless steel pipes in a very, very big way. Now we have a problem of 30% of import to the consumption because 30% we are going. So what do you think is the way, besides the anti-dumping duty, which will be one line will be keep on pursuing, so that we are able to replace these imports and make it competitive rates to the down.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, the imports in these seamless is definitely very high. And that's a pain area for all the domestic manufacturers. And this has been debated over the period, over long years. And as you rightly said, the tariff barriers are not working so conveniently because of various WTO norms. What we can do to strengthen the domestic industry, to increase, stop this 30% what is coming from the import. First and foremost thing is we try to see non-tariff barriers, whether we can do the quality control orders, the BIS standards. So by doing this, we raise our own manufacturing standards. So we have to see in two different ways. Why is the import coming? The import may come because of two reasons. One is that the technical capability is not there in the domestic market to manufacture the same. The second one is there is a substantial lower product coming to the country of maybe substandard quality. In either of the situations, we as an industry should come into the foray and come with the solution so that we increase our productivity, we increase our quality. And here is where my take is that the government of India, like we set up a standard like BI standard, very high standards, and then we produce quality, which is given an incentive for the production itself. Like we have a lot of incentive schemes within the country for exports. So you incentivize the good manufacturer with the quality standards and then increase your exports. So that is what I think is the main challenge. Whether non-tariff barriers can be made much more stronger. Main thing, one of the foremost things is whether we can do something more in the BI standards. Now, particularly talking about this welded pipes and seamless pipes. Now, for the welded pipes, there is some BI standard which has already come into foray. It's under circulation. Maybe within the next few months, it will be there. Implementation of these things becomes a very big challenge. Implementation of BIS, implementation of QCO orders. So for any good thing what you do, there is a resistance to change in the industry. So maybe we should have very strict control on adherence on whatever the government policy is doing. Implementation becomes very, very important and keen. So once these implementation things are put into place, I think there are a lot of capacities available in the country, be it welded pipes or be it seamless pipes. There are a lot of manufacturers of global standards, and I don't see any reason why we should not be able to fill the gap what we currently see. My take is that today the imports are coming to the country only for one reason, because they are cheap imports. If you see the data, the imports which are coming are not from developed countries like Japan or Europe or US. It's basically coming from People's Republic of China, which is a pain area for all the products. So we as a country, when the government is putting so much of impetus on Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have to take the responsibility on us that we produce a standard of product which is at par with the international manufacturers. So I would like to remind everybody that how the change happened in Japan after the Second World War. They as a nation took up a challenge that we should be producing high quality products. So I think time has come to India that we should not be bracketed along with Republic of China as a cheap manufacturer or a low quality manufacturer. We should totally differentiate that, and we should be high quality manufacturers. Like if you per se, our company, we are doing is, we are total emphasis on quality. Make imports of this product for the country which are coming as an import. By doing so, because our local industries, our end users will help you. They'll give you all the inputs that what they have been importing. They will teach you the lesson, what is they are looking with the local manufacturer. This will give a base to you to go yourself to overseas by not deteriorating your quality or the commitment levels. So I think government is doing something to what can be facilitated to the industry, but I think the industry should take more onus and set a benchmark that their quality levels are at par to the international levels. I think this will definitely help us, and non-tariff barriers will further help us. I think by a combination of both enhancement of quality with the local manufacturers, domestic manufacturers, support from the industry, I think we can bridge this gap of 30% what is coming in the import, which is substantially very, very high. And particularly if you go to the seamless pipe today, the capacity utilization of the various industries are much lower than the capabilities. So there is no need why a seamless pipe has to be imported from other part of the world. So I think there is a capability. We have to, as an industry, we have to all come together and raise our bars to meet the expectation of the customers. We make good products with high level of commitment. I don't think then imports will be there. Thank you.
Absolutely right. So if your end consumer, you are able to educate that what you make in India is of a better standard, maybe a 10% more expensive than what you are getting cheap across by importing it, that's a sure shot way to cancel. Not I'm saying that you have to give up the fight of convincing for the anti-dumping measures which are needed. But then parallelly we have to stand up, what very rightly said by Mr. Bhatt, that ultimately quality will prevail and your end user will be ready to pay a premium for the better quality, and that's the way to go. Now I'll request Mr. Sanjay Taneja, who is heading a household name of stainless steel, on which as a kid we all grew up with. What are the new areas, I will request you, where we have not entered as a stainless steel, what you talked about, the duplex and other kinds of steel, which you can highlight so that all of you put together can explore and enter the new areas as you all have managed to enter into the railway coach.
Thank you, ma'am. Stainless steel we're already using in a big way in areas like the railway coaches and wagons, utensils, pipes and all, but certain areas that hold potential, which we can increase the usage, is one is the use of stainless steel in process industries where we handle bulk materials. The bulk material like silos for holding iron ore, coal in big steel plants, or limestone, dolomite in cement plants. So those silos can be made of 409 grade stainless steel. And some trials have also been taken in some steel plants, and they've given very good results there. Then use in silos, food grain silos, has not taken off in a big way as yet. That is one area where I think more of galvanized steel is being used at present. But stainless steel would definitely be a better option in those areas. Pipes for water transportation, as ma'am earlier pointed out. This is again one area where we are still very nascent stage. The use of SS pipes for transportation of water, some studies have revealed it reduces the water leakages by as much as about 60–70%. So not just the life or the advantages, the non-carcinogenic nature, but even the saving of water. All three aspects, if you look at it, it's a very good replacement option. Yes, life cycle cost will definitely need to be worked out there, because without that we will not be able to justify the use. Other usage that are now slowly gaining is this architectural applications. Till now we find this mainly in the commercial buildings, where there are heavy footfalls. You find SS handrails and things like that. But everywhere, wherever you put, instead of aluminium door, aluminium window, you put a SS door frame window, you find the aesthetics improve drastically. The maintenance reduces drastically. Uses of stainless steel, there is no end. We can think of so many applications. But yes, for each application we will have to develop a complete cycle of supplier, fabricator, end user, so that what we want is actually produced. Additionally, the transportation sector use of stainless steel in bus bodies, has been tried on a limited extent in different road transport buses also. But it has not picked up in a long way because that data generation for the life cycle cost is yet to be completed. I think only about 2 years back, one or two buses in Bangalore were converted, and their that data analysis and all is going on. So hopefully another few years we'll find a lot of this buses in the transportation sector going into the with stainless steel usage for the bodies.
Very rightly said by him. So the areas of silos, right? So whether it is for the materials or whether it is for food grains, there's huge scope to enter into that market. The area of processing, what he rightly said, the area of transport, which he mentioned. But everywhere you will have to be persistent about it, so that you have to understand your size of cake and then see that what small pie you have at this point. And then keep on increasing that your share in the pie as you are going ahead when you are moving. Now, that requires a constant effort, and that's where I think the ISDA should come up. So I will like to address my next question to Mr. Pahuja, that what we discussed in the morning of how do you convince the end user? What kind of a platform you create, one. And second is the entire ecosystem of value addition at every step. How do you create by bringing all of them together so that you are able to capture these new markets in a planned way? There has to be benchmarking. After 2 years we reach here, 4 years we reach here, 10 years we reach here. And these are the new areas where stainless steel start pushing. So it does not remain just a slogan, but then you have numbers on it. How do you go about it?
Madam, you might have seen our vision document, which lists that stainless steel is growing faster than other metals. Now, why does it happen that way? Because stainless steel grows by two methods. One is the normal economic growth, for which all steel will grow, including stainless steel. Then partly stainless steel grows by substitution. We substitute other materials, maybe some carbon steel, some aluminum, some plastics, and that's the growth over and above the normal economic growth. And that's how you see the statistics which says that stainless steel is the fastest growing metal. Having said that, as Madam has rightly said, you have to see where you want to reach from here. We want to reach at least the per capita consumption to the global average to start with, and maybe exceed that. And taking advantage of the properties, the multi-varieties of properties of stainless steel which are available. As far as carbon steel is concerned, many in the food applications which were initially being used by carbon steel, a lot of sugar factories were using carbon steel, and sugar factories, as you know, they operate seasonally, and therefore when they were down, the material used to get corroded, and there was a problem in the quality of sugar that was being produced. So over a period of time, they have all shifted to stainless steel. Not all, but many have shifted, and more will shift. Similarly, rice mills. So anything where food items are there, the stainless steel is the normal choice which will replace carbon steel. And I also mentioned in the morning that we have a huge coastline. Now we have a 7,500 kilometer coastline where all structures are prone to very high level of corrosion. We had a very unfortunate incidents of many bridges collapsing because of the corrosion. Not that the agencies knew that the bridges corroded. But in many cases, the shutdowns could not be taken place because they were in busy thoroughfare. One of them is in Mumbai, in Bhayandar, near Andheri, where a bridge collapsed about 3 years back or so. So that is where we came in and we convinced the railways that you please try stainless steel foot-over bridges. And that's how first one has been commissioned in Andhra Pradesh, and second one is going to be commissioned in Mumbai, the same Bhayandar over bridges. So these are the kind of applications that will come, and especially in the coastline. Second is very promising area that is we are seeing is the stainless steel reinforcement bars. Now this is something which is being used globally for a long time, but I think the time has come in India now to use stainless steel rebars. And we are very happy to say that after interacting with at least two organizations, Indian Railways and National Highway Authority of India, they have both brought out circulars which says that within a certain distance of the coastline, these only stainless steel rebars have to be used. Now today we are having a situation where the demand for stainless steel rebars is more than the supply, because nobody expected this kind of demand to come up. So I will use this forum also to appeal to my colleagues in the industry that let's have more supplies of stainless steel rebars, for which Indian standard was made by ISDA along with BIS, which was published again in 2017. So ma'am, this is another area which we have taken 5 years to really promote and propagate, and today we are seeing a situation that we are not getting enough supplies to meet the demand. So these are some of the things that I can cite where we are heading to. So what is going to drive, and similarly the renewable energy, we see tremendous scope in the renewable energy. I just mentioned, mentioned about sugar factories. Now government is mandating the blending of ethanol in the petro fuels. So sugar industries which were operating, for a certain part of the year, now are, operating for a longer time because they have to produce ethanol continuously, for which the demand is rising and rising. In fact, I read in the newspapers that some sugar factories have stopped making anything else other than ethanol, or even some new factories are being set up exclusively for ethanol. Now, when you build up ethanol supply chain, the stainless steel is the only normal choice for that material.
I'll request Mr. Bhatt, who has been constantly emphasizing on the quality, not the quantity expansion alone. And I will like him to shed on the quality part of it, and whether we can tweak the PLI scheme so that, you can take advantage for the investments you make for the better quality advancements. So it's quality is like a new material, and it is not just an import replacement, but taking India to the next level for local use as well as for exports, maybe creating a potential market for the exports. And rebar, what you are mentioning is, somebody told me the life for that is 400 years if you go for the stainless steel rebar. I don't know how correct it is. Life cycle of stainless steel rebar. That will improve considerably. So all the statues, huge statues, tall statues, X statue, Y statue gardens, I think stainless steel should be the choice when you're moving ahead. So on to you on the quality.
Thank you, ma'am. One thing we should all understand is, why do we want to use stainless steel vis-a-vis other materials? It's primarily that it gives life. Life expectancy of a stainless steel product has to be more, then only you will spend that amount of money. So why I was emphasizing more on quality is, when you use various type of stainless steel, we are not only talking about austenitic, we are talking about ferritic, martensitic, super austenitic, duplex, super duplex. There are series of materials. Now, for example, Mr. Pauja was telling about the railways. Now, if you see simply in railways, we were talking about what we are doing on the coach. But if you see in railways, we should, in developed countries, they use a very high quality level of stainless steel seamless tubes in 316L grade. And within the 316 family, they go for higher nickel because it is the safety, life of the people who are traveling in the train. It is the speed at which you brake the train, and that will effectively give you more running meters in the track. Because in countries in days to come, when the railway coaches increase, when the travel speed increases, you have to go for better and better steel. And when you go for stainless steel, and that also in stainless steel, a higher grade of materials, unless and until you produce quality material, this won't be satisfactory. At one side, you keep an investment, which is higher. At the same time, you should get that life. How do you get the life? You treat this product, you treat the material in a proper way. Like Madam told, welding is important in stainless steel. Training of skilled manpower is required for usage of stainless steel. So I feel that when you use stainless steel, quality should be of paramount importance, because you are definitely handling various metallurgies and you are definitely guaranteeing some life. So that's why we would definitely request the government of India that when they put a scheme for like PLI scheme, which very specifically tells that production linked incentive. Now in stainless steel, unfortunately this is not covered. Now when you talk about PLI, you cannot talk only about tons and tons of stainless steel produced. You should also categorize. This is my request to the government, and we should ably take with agencies. You also put what is the quality of the material you are producing and to which destination you are exporting. Like if you are exporting to a developed nation and you are competing the best of the world, you should definitely be incentivized. That's one area I feel that we are losing track, that we are only after the tonnage. Tonnage is very important. But quality, when you talk about stainless steel, when you talk about nickel alloys, when you talk about higher alloys, quality along with tonnage will pay. And that will definitely galvanize the Indian manufacturers to put more and more investments. And there is no dearth of talent in the country. So I would strongly request maybe ISDA also to take up this with the government of India, that along with the PLI scheme for production, I think there should be a parameter linked to the quality of the product what we make, and unfortunately stainless steel is left over in this. So because this is a big product which will give a lot of revenue to the exchequer. Now everybody, India is a net exporter of the round bar, India is a net exporter of stainless steel coils. To some extent, it will, in days to come when the investment goes high with the main manufacturers, in pipe and tube we are doing in a limited fashion, and other colleagues in the industry, they are also doing it. So this needs to be incentivized. Along with that, if a caveat is put that what is that you are exporting and what is that you are substituting in the destination country, so that will galvanize. I think this is a great incentive for the Indian manufacturers, and then we create a manufacturing hub which is at par with the best in the world. So that should be our dream when we talk about increasing per capita consumption and everything, that India should be a next destination for the manufacturing of stainless steel and higher alloys, be it in coils, be it in plates, be it in pipes, tubes, and whatever in fabrication. So we should be a benchmark country, as to say, they should not tell that we should do like Japan, and why they cannot benchmark that. We should do like India. So that should be the goal for all of us, and we as industry players should take a very important role in satisfying this. And I am sure that within the next 5 years, if the government gives the impetus and the priority for quality manufacturing, I think India will go in a different league altogether. And I strongly feel that we should all come together to do this dream. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely right, because what ISDA can do, you analyze the PLI scheme takers. There are very few takers of the PLI scheme. Let me tell you that. Right. So now the intention of the government is on one end make in India, and two is to enhance the exports to 60% to 80% from 48%. So even the part 2 can become a part of the PLI scheme, what you have rightly said, that yes, we improve the quality for local consumption, but we displace the rest of the world by exporting a better quality. And this is something, slowly you can bring the agenda to the government as you are going ahead into this, because otherwise this PLI scheme today will remain more of a slogan with less takers. And that vacuum can easily be filled by the stainless steel if you are able to tweak that qualifying criteria when you are moving ahead with it. Now, just one question, Mr. Taneja, I would like to ask to you, is that, we are in the raw material. What are the technicalities which can bring in it the material which we are import dependent? Nickel is, of course, we are all aware about it. So how the research should go about it, or how the big players like you can take the initiative where we bring in the equivalent quality by using the alternate material where we are maybe non-import dependent or maybe less import dependent.
Thank you, ma'am. On the raw material front, for stainless steel, we are basically dependent on imports of nickel, either ferro-nickel or nickel or whatever form of nickel. And world over, I was reading somewhere that about 70% of the nickel produced is used for production of stainless steel. So, we may not be able to completely eliminate nickel because of some of its inherent properties that it gives to the steel. But yes, the studies are already going on. Steels have been developed where nitrogen has been used as a partial substitute. I think, if I'm correct, Jindal has also worked with, I think, DRDO to produce some nickel, nitrogen steels, where nitrogen replaces part of the nickel. Another thing that, if we look at the substitutes, again, partial replacement of nickel can be done by using more of dual phase steels, duplex steels, where the nickel content is slightly lower and you get better or similar properties to the high nickel grades. In certain grades with specific properties, some amount of copper can be used to give some ductility, but again, all those are limited applications. There are a lot of low nickel grades which have been developed, which have only 0.5% nickel, 1% nickel, 4% nickel. And these have a big market in India because of its lower cost. A lot of utensils are now made from these low nickel grades. But again, they will not have the same longevity and finish that the high nickel grades have. But yes, one steel that we can make in larger quantities to replace nickel is this duplex steels. Both the lean duplex and the 32205 duplex steel, which will give excellent spitting resistance, corrosion resistance, with much lower nickel than what would be required. It will require, production will require a lot of process modifications, a lot of process changes, and very strong control on the process parameters to achieve the properties of this duplex steel. But beyond these two, nitrogen and dual phase, nickel will continue to be used for stainless steel, at least unless we have more research on what elements, because to my knowledge, there is nothing beyond these two which really replaces nickel as such. Chromium is not an import item. We have sufficient chrome ore. These are the two basic elements which stainless steel requires. So yes, some nickel we will continue to have to import. Plus, if we don't import nickel, we import as a scrap and recover nickel from that. That would be a cheaper alternative. It would reduce our cost also. And mostly all producers generally use scrap to make stainless steel. It does help in reducing the cost also, and we don't have to procure nickel. So,
yeah. While on the subject, what you are talking about duplex and super duplex, and it's very important for all of us to understand that duplex and super duplex is the material for the future. I mean, definitely all of us should gear up ourselves in terms of handling this or non-oil and gas sectors also, like lean duplexes. Another area where you can substitute nickel to some extent is the sugar industry, which we have very detailedly discussed. A lot of tubes are used in sugar industries, which primarily today is of austenitic series, that is 304L. And most of the failures what has been observed in the sugar industries are stress corrosion cracking. And ferritic steels and high nickel alloys are resistant to stress corrosion cracking. So since we have in our country a lot of chrome ore, and we have two big manufacturers who can produce ferritic steels very efficiently, I think we should definitely look into this change in the specification for manufacturing of tubes to the sugar industry. And to that extent, because of the current situation, geopolitical situation where nickel is so highly priced and sugar industry is a highly price sensitive industry, we need a stable pricing for the tubing or other material. So I would definitely request again ISDA to take up this, because we should use, and in developed countries like Brazil or West Indies, where they use beet as to produce the sugar, they use 439A with niobium titanium stabilizer. Nowhere they use 304L. I think the main manufacturer like Salem Steel and Jindal also should lend help. This is a big industry. It's a big industry, and we'll save a lot of nickel and a lot of dollars for the exchequers. So this is one area I think we should take it up jointly, and we are ready to render our service for that as a tube manufacturer to develop this one. So there's one area I think we should do it.
Yeah, very quick one. When we were reading this news about the Ukraine conflict, and we saw that government of India has taken very bold decisions. They'll continue to buy oil and continue to buy coking coal from Russia. A thought came to my mind, why not nickel? Russia is also a nickel producer with about 10% of global nickel supply. If we can trade them for coking coal and oil, why not nickel? Probably the nickel is not on the radar of the government of India, and I would request Madam Aruna Sharma ji to please take it appropriately, that nickel comes at least on the radar, so that we are able to buy establish some nickel supply chain. If it's not available in India, maybe from somewhere else.
Very rightly, the 3 points have come out very clearly from them, that in some places substitution of nickel is possible. For low grade, lesser life cycle, fine, because today's lifestyle, if you talk to youngsters, maybe not my generation or my previous generation, where शादी में दिया हुआ स्टील का बर्तन आज भी चल रहा है kind of a thing, they want a quick changes, right? So in the sense, it may not be a bad idea to introduce less life cycle kind of a utensils with lesser content of nickel and push it in the market, which is health-wise a better alternative, or maybe a better alloy with the mix of copper or whatever you suggest. So it may not be a bad idea to go into it. And the third area is what you have rightly said, into such industries where you can work without nickel. But of course, yes, your nickel dependency will continue, because if we are talking about doubling your production, because if 3 times your consumption is going to increase, then definitely we need to have products which will need lesser nickel. So it has to move parallel, we are going. So now I will like to end this session by saying, thanking all my panelists for bringing out the ideas so clearly. And ISDA's hands are full that when you are taking a quarterly meeting of the entire forum, you know, this should be as a part of your agendas as to how we are geared to for this kind of a switch, how you are going ahead with it. And then when you go to the ministry, you go with this homework as to what the industry has done and where do you want government to step in. And I think that will go a long way when we do. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt, Mr. Pahuja and Mr. Taneja. Thank you so much. And thank you for organizing things. Thank you.
Hello. Check.
Give mic.
Lesser nickel does not mean lesser life. The 439 what the gentleman has suggested is also good for the cooking vessels. So 430, 439, 441 are the low, no nickel, but they have got a very, very near, better than 430 corrosion level when the niobium and titanium are added. In here 4399 niobium and in 441 the titanium. So both are increasing the corrosion level. There is no nickel. Why we need to, in that grade, stability comes without nickel. So it's a high double heat conduction. What I mean to say, if you boil the milk, you can make the mawa. No smell, no sticking. I will send you one piece to try for your home. You'd see that better. Nickel is no more needed. It's a concept of the mindset. The problem is that who is educated. Long back, some people have cheated with the iron coated. One second, give me one line.
Just hold on. So this is showing that our import dependency is increasing because of this lack of knowledge. Now maybe this education is important to the user and to the manufacturers. How do you go about it?
Everybody knows it. The housewife had a problem. The long back 30, 40 era ago, 1950, 60, there is steel imported as a chrome plated and people are looking the stainless steel with the magnet. The one with the magnet, the storekeeper, dealer are reject the material. We don't want this. Because you know, I give him one sample for your home. They say it's working excellent, but they are not using. They said, I don't want to educate the customer.
Fine. I will just end with one comment. I always used to say when I was heading the ministry for last 2-3 years, that steel makers are good makers. They are not good marketeers. You market to, if I buy steel, you market me. But if I am the end user, you don't. So you will have to change that cap. You have to reach to the end user. So whether it is a pipe user, the municipal corporations, or whether it is a tap user, or whether it is a utensil user. So that education you have to bring out, and your fight when you are doing a material replacement, please keep in mind the Pepsi-Cola fight, all right? You will have to come down to that level. So you will have to have a team when you are going for a material replacement, when you are going for an education replacement, and in marketing there is now no love labor lost. It is, you have an advantage of a good material. So you're not selling a trash or befooling people. You're just asking them to shift for something better, which today ignorance is there. So I think that is where the challenge stands. Thank you. Yeah, one comment.
I will just like to add, ma'am, what you said, that steel manufacturers need to be smarter in marketing the products. Traditionally, steel has been a B2B environment product. And when we talk about C, that C, end consumer, between that
EXPO is a global name in the stainless steel. Mr. Conlogos is the Vice President, Asia Pacific for Autocompo. Now, I would prefer to start with Mr. Vijay Sharma because we are going to talk about India's per capita consumption, and who knows better than Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director Stainless of Jindal Stainless. In fact, you know, if you look at the history, to reach the per capita consumption of 2.6, as Madam Aruna Sharma mentioned also, and Ms. Rasika Chaube also mentioned this morning, that to reach this level of 2.6 per capita today, it took us almost 10 years, 2010 to almost 2019-20. So moving forward, to double this from 1.2 to 2.5, it took us 2010 to 20. Now to double this from 2.6 to 5.2 or 6, what is it that we need to do? So Mr. Vijay Sharma will take us on our path forward, on our road ahead, and what kind of margdarshan we need to achieve the 6 million tons, 6 kgs per capita, is what Mr. Vijay Sharma is going to talk about. Over to you, Mr. Vijay Sharma.
Thank you. Like he said, 10 years to double it. You will be surprised that in financial year 20, when stainless steel grew by 12%, per capita was 2.53. Financial year 20 grew by 16%, per capita was 2.11. This year, plus 25%, and per capita is 2.64. So it means that stainless steel consumption is also related with a few other things other than only the population. We will deliberate upon those areas. But before that, I think what happens is, you would have heard in the morning also, we tend to get confused between steel and stainless steel. So as the people who are passionate about stainless steel, in fact, I was in a media, I requested the media people कि अगर space कम मिले तो steel को drop कर देना, stainless को मत drop करना. So they agreed to it, by the way. So it is the responsibility of the people like me to position the stainless well. कहीं ना कहीं chapter 72 बराबर है. ऐसा लगता है कि कोई भी जब देखता है कि 97%, 96.5% स्टील की बात ज़्यादा कर लेते हैं, इसका क्या करना है, तो 3-3.5% ही है. So कहीं ना कहीं इतना छोटा भाई, but it is such a value-added product. It is at the highest spectrum of the total value chain of steel chapter 72, and depending on the product mix, the value, in terms of value, it is anywhere between 12 to 15%. It is very, very distinct from steel, whether it is an application proportion, whether it is a product form, whether it is a RM requirement. Iron ore is not used for making stainless steel, by the way, whether it is a manufacturing process. But when we talk about that per capita consumption is 1/3, कहीं ना कहीं पे इंडियन लोग गिल्टी भी ले लेते हैं, जैसे हमारी वजह से नहीं हो रहा है ये. There are very interesting similarities with the steel also. In both the cases, India is the second largest consumer after China. In both the cases, my numbers are directional, आना पाई पे नहीं जाएंगे हम लोग. In both the cases, per capita consumption is about 1/3 of the global average in steel as well as stainless steel. The consumption of steel and stainless steel in India is again about 5 to 6% of the world, respectively, same number. And if we compare with the China, again it is around 10% of China. A lot of similarities also, lot of differences also. And when there are a lot of differences, when the volume is small, that means we need to have certain solutions which are unique to stainless steel. Well, you may think that it is small, but it is not really small. If I try to convert the stainless steel into the numbers, from the primary producer point of view and demand point of view, this year at the current price levels, which are little inflated, but the industry is coil sheet की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, is about 60,000 crore rupees industry. And if I add the value addition by the friends like Mr. Balaria and others, anywhere between 30 to 40, so it would be around 80,000 crore industry in India from the demand perspective. So it is really big. If I talk about the employment, in the total ecosystem of stainless steel, the numbers are a little hazy because a lot of unorganized areas are there, a lot of MSMEs are there, but not less than 25 lakh people are involved in this. And it is a very, very complex structure. There are lots of MSME in the supply side, maybe around 60 to 70 induction furnace producers, maybe 500 pata producers. So it needs very, very special attention. Now coming back to the per capita, like I said that population cannot be the only yardstick to measure the growth of a metal. It depends on what? Per capita, it depends on what? It is a function of population growth. It is a function of GDP growth. It is a function of the sectoral GDP growth, whether it is manufacturing, agriculture or services. And of course, it is an absolute consumption growth. Ki absolute consumption kitni बढ़ रही है? I gave you the example that in 10 years it has been growing at 9%. And I gave example of 3 years plus 12%, minus 16%, plus 25%. So, but जो per capita था वो करीब 2.12 से लेके 2.64 के बीच में घूम रहा है. If I try to do a mathematical modeling, assuming a very, very conservative growth of 7% of stainless steel, but I am very upbeat and it's going to be much, much higher. I have the reasons I will be sharing with you. If I consider the stainless steel conservative growth of 7% and a very, very conservative growth of GDP of 6.25%, it's on the long-term basis. I'm talking about next 25 years horizon, and a optimistic degrowth of the population, which is the target of the government of India from 1.1 today, it should come down to 0.65 in 2047. These are the government data. With this simple mathematics, in 8 years' time, in 2030, the per capita will be 4.25 kg. अपन ने कुछ नहीं किया, अपने आप हो गई है. It is purely mathematics. If I extend it to 2036, another plus 6 years, it will come to 6 kgs. If I further extend, it is all mathematics on Excel. If I further extend it to 2047, 25 years, it will be 12 kg. So I'm talking about a very, very organic growth. So what should be the focus? Yes, per capita is very, very important. But I think that we have to ensure that the overall growth, overall consumption has to exceed very healthily above 7%. That means we need to strengthen the supply side as well as demand side, and through strong domestic manufacturing and aligned with the Make in India. But before that, I would like to have some small discussion on the as-is condition. You cannot have any discussion while ignoring the ecosystem around you. So first I will share my views on India. India, part A, the macroeconomic parameters of India. It's very, very interesting that India is the 6th largest out of the top 9 above 2 trillion GDP. Second in the population, but interestingly 168 in the per capita. सिर्फ $2300 per annum का हमारा average per capita है, 1.75 lakh rupees. It talks about the purchasing power. It also talks about perhaps the role of the government, the public procurement. If I see the manufacturing sector, it is 29% in Indian GDP, and 25% of the labor force is employed in manufacturing sector. If I compare it with China, 41% and 29% is employed. It talks about the automation and the skill set. So these are the indicators of the challenges with the Indian economy. Now coming to the government directions, my personal views. In general, I'm talking about the budget FY22. In general, very bold, futuristic, transformational, except for a very, very specific pain point for the Indian stainless steel industry of revoking the CVD on China. We all know Lanka mein kya hua hai. We all know Pakistan mein kya hua hai. I only pray and request that government of India recognizes it. Ki China se kaun compete kar sakta hai when worldwide it is known that they are providing 20 to 30% non-WTO compliant subsidies. But since I said the word bold, futuristic, transformational, there are certain very, very interesting key directions which the government has got into, but these are not the short term. These are mid term and long term. I will start with, we use Gati Shakti. seamless integration of seven industries and the departments. It will help. Today the logistics cost is about 13 to 14% of GDP. It is making us uncompetitive. Making us means making India product uncompetitive by 4 to 5 percentages. So Gati Shakti is going to help us. आवास योजना, स्टेनलेस स्टील आजकल तो हर घर के अंदर हम देखते हैं कि लग ही रहा है, चाहे छोटा घर हो, इवन LIG फ्लैट्स के अंदर वी आर एबल टू सी द विंडोज एंड ग्रिल्स एंड रेलिंग्स ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील. नल से जल, plumbing, a lot has been discussed that so much of wastage is happening. In fact, World Bank is focusing on how to conserve water. So this direction of Government of India will definitely push the stainless steel consumption. Investment financing and Indian sovereign bond listing in global bond. It's very, very important thing which is happening, because the other cost elements alone is making India uncompetitive by 10 to 12% depending on the size and the credibility of a manufacturer. So government is in the right direction. Then of course the defense focus, investment financing, digital rupee. So we were very fond of using the word global village and things like that. But post that 2018, I think globalization is shifting towards nationalization. We need to protect our own home industry from the longer perspective, not the short perspective. When I say the longer perspective, I also talk about the total ecosystem. Right from the manufacturer up to the end user, everybody has to survive together. But unfortunately, India is having absolutely zero level playing field as far as stainless steel is concerned. Another very interesting thing happened, commodity price increase. It was a post-pandemic situation, recovery, confidence in the vaccination, more availability of the cash flow. But unfortunately, हमें लगता है कि हमारे देश के अंदर स्टील के प्राइस बढ़ रहे हैं, हमारे देश के अंदर स्टेनलेस स्टील के प्राइस बढ़ रहे हैं, हम तेल को भूल जाते हैं, ग्रेन को भूल जाते हैं, हम वर्ल्ड वाइड, इनफैक्ट टुडे somebody said very, very interesting thing कि आज की तारीख में जी जिंदल से ले लो, अगर सस्ता, थोड़ा सा सस्ता लेना, थोड़ा लोअर क्वालिटी का लेना, चाइना से ले लो, भाव में ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है. चाइना के भाव ऐसे कैसे बढ़ गए? 2 साल पहले तक तो 20-20% कम होते थे. So this commodity has an impact on global commodity level. Everywhere the prices have increased, and in case of stainless steel, it is primarily raw material which is import driven. It is dependent on that. It is a pass-through situation. Then the geopolitical situation, Ukraine, Russia conflict, metals, oils, everything has gone up. So this again has created a sort of a confusion, and when such prices become so high, people tend to wait and watch. उतना ही खरीदते हैं जितना उनको immediately चाहिए होता है. So there are roles. What we hear is that most of the industry, we are looking upon somebody else कि कोई और करेगा आके. And when we were talking in the closed door CEO round table with the addition secretary, and Madam Aruna Sharma was also there, he is my mentor in personal capacity also. We talk, industry talks as such, somebody from outside will come and support. As such, government will have a magic wand कि ऐसा करेंगे तो वो कुछ ना कुछ हो जाएगा. I think there are very, very distinct roles. Government has a role, for example, life cycle costing. We would like them to make it mandatory. It has been talked about it. Industry has the role, application specific awareness creation, right fabrication skills, capacities enhancement. Industry has to do that. In fact, to request the government to adopt LCC as mandatory, a lot of efforts are required. LCC की calculations कहाँ हैं? Who knows better than industry? But unfortunately, we only meet in such sessions. उसके बाद फिर अपने धंधे में busy हो जाते हैं. We have to work together. A lot of role responsibility has been given to my friend Mr. Pahuja. ISDA करेगा. ISDA क्या है? ISDA is a body represented by Mr. Pahuja, but of the industry members like us. समय निकालना पड़ेगा. So other than sustainability, the second important point is competitiveness. So I talked about the cost of the manufacturing in India. We have talked about it. Own operational efficiencies. That is very, very critical for us. When I say own operational efficiencies, IR 4.0, digitalization, best practices, R&D, innovativeness. And believe in me, somebody may think कि आपकी बड़ी कंपनी है तो बड़ी बातें कर रहे हो. It is irrespective of the size. I have been interacting with MSMEs also. People who have the inclination, they are able to do it. There are no solutions available. In the panel tomorrow and day after, you will find such solutions even at the MSME level, where the people can improve their efficiencies. At the government level, the budget provisions are great, but yes, level playing field, and somewhere there is always a confusion in melt and manufacturing. In the public procurement, we should together push to the government that if it is melted and manufactured in India, then that should be the criteria of the value addition. And I am thankful to the government of India. In the UAE India FTA recently announced, the melt and manufacture criteria has been accepted. It is now a part of that. So that is the competitiveness and the ecosystem. Ecosystem means when I'm talking about 6 kgs, 12 kgs, I'm talking about the addition of the millions of stainless steel. Shayad primary producer in the corporate sector, they might be able to produce it, but it is not that we produce the coil. It has to move to the consumer through the processors, through the downstream industry, labor, the skill set. In my tomorrow's session and I will be speaking specifically on the skills, what is the today health of the skill in stainless steel industry in India. It is really very, very bad. So skill development is very, very critical, and specifically the MSME. You see, in the supply ecosystem, about 35% of the primary stainless steel producers are in MSME, and all of us talk a lot about MSME. When I use the word MSME, it is a conflict with the supply chain efficiencies. Small supply chain में चाहिए आपको बड़ा, financial issues आपको चाहिए ज़्यादा, automation solutions are not there. So what do? It means we need to do a lot about the MSME. How do we together ensure that the right solutions are available to them? By the way, government is willing. Government is very much willing. This is my experience. Here the rules are that we must activate our associations. There are associations, but busy बहुत हैं सब लोग. We must activate. There are also apex associations like other than product associations like ISDA, ISA, like SHM, CIA, FICCI. They are available to push the cost towards the government because there is a willingness. But we have to give the right solutions, not the motherly statements to the government. And of course, from government, hand-holding with Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneur Development, NSGC. Tomorrow in skill sector, a very, very senior officer of NSGC will be here, and they are again willing. They will be giving certain solutions to us, and somewhere ease of doing business. So from the supply side, we have to focus on 3 areas. I would just like to repeat. One was the sustainability concept has to be pushed fast. Then the stainless steel becomes the right solution. Second is we have to work on competitiveness, our own internal. And of course, third, as an industry, we have to build on the scale. अपने को इधर-उधर नहीं देखना चाहिए. What we can contribute, government is willing to do the hand-holding. Now coming to the demand side. Traditional, we will not talk about it. A lot of things have been discussed, whether it is architecture, building construction, ART, process industry, durables, all those things are, they're happening good. And along with the GDP, I am very sure this is grow faster. Then there are certain emerging applications, emerging and also the new age applications. Those are, I told you, you'll have to pay to me for giving you back the mic. So emerging and new applications, FOB, ROB, these are good. And one very important opportunity which is coming is the rural sector. Today, rural sector population is 70%, GDP is 1/3 of the total, but per capita is half of the urban. Big opportunity, government is focusing on infrastructure in rural sector. 25% of the national infra allotment has been given to the rural sector. So the key points here are, we need to have effective partnerships along with the government, because we know what has to be done. The challenges of how to do it, and that's why 5W1H story में एक H अलग होता है कि how कैसे करना है हमें. So things are very, very simple. We need to have strong associations. We need to have an integrated approach to the government, and we need to give the right solutions to the government. I must here would like to thank Ministry of Steel, whether it was the board RCEP, whether NSP, whether SIMS, whether scrap policy, standards, QCO, but yes, a lot more has to be done. I am very sure that with this conference and the renewed focus on stainless steel, it will be sort of a regular affair to have the exclusive discussions on stainless steel in the ministry, and we would be able to implement all these thoughts. To me, 8 to 10% stainless steel growth is
A legend me because, you know, 30 minutes have gone and he didn't get a chance to speak. So as a guest, my apologies, Con. I hope you can hear me now. Con, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. I've had a little bit of trouble, but I can certainly hear you now.
Yeah, so my apologies, Con, for the slight delay, but you know, the points were all well taken. And I'll just put one sentence before I hand over to you, Con, to have your perspective on the entire Asia Pacific vis-a-vis India. But I would like to quote an example of when I started my career almost 25 years back. Those days, Dr. Irani was the managing director of Tata Steel. So, Dr. Irani, in one of his speeches, he mentioned that there are a lot of things which can be done through legislation. In China, you know, remember those days, early 90s, I'm talking about 92, 93. Those were the days when China had just taken off. So, in China, what they did was they passed a resolution, they passed a law. China, being a totalitarian state, can well afford to do that. They passed a law saying that no worker would be allowed to carry more than 50 kgs of loads on their heads. So overnight, everyone started producing wheelbarrows. That's how you bring up the consumption in a country. Now, I was just reading the statement of Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Need to make use of stainless steel mandatory in bridges close to the sea. So this is what you need to boost the consumption in a country. Legislations do help. So with that, I'll put you on to Con Logos, who's the President, Asia Pacific of Outokumpu Stainless. Over to you, Con.
Thank you very much, and certainly a pleasure to be with you all. Certainly listening to the first speaker, I agree with many of those comments made, and certainly looking at India's consumption increase over the last 8 years, having doubled, I'm absolutely confident that the doubling to 5 will happen a lot quicker in the next 4 to 5 years. But I think the key factors, as you said, also definitely government policy plays a very strong influence in the consumption going forward. Looking at the various megatrend areas, and this is an area that Outokumpu is certainly focusing on areas like energy, water, transportation, urbanisation, food, medical, sustainability. All these areas are going to lead to the consumption of stainless steel increasing quite sharply. We're seeing many different new market areas opening up, geothermal, solar, hydro, all these areas. As population around the world increase, so does the demand for stainless steel. Also, we talk about, as we just spoke earlier, about the life cycle costing. You know, we are starting to see that our view on disposable products is having greater focus. So life cycle costing is certainly playing a big impact. So yes, cost competitiveness is important, but when we do look at the life cycle of stainless steel, it has a huge area to play in a lot of these mega trend areas. And in particular, probably one area that was not talked about previously, we see lots of opportunities for stainless steel to replace carbon steel, to replace aluminium, to replace plastics. And all these areas are leading for more and more opportunities for stainless steel demand. Even quite recently, I read that the Indian government was looking at that all bridges within about 30 kilometres of the coast needing to be made of stainless steel. So those sorts of policies and vision for the future to have bridges that last 100 years and not 40 and 50 years, all these different policies will certainly assist to the growth and further demand of stainless steel. Certainly, GDP has a big impact, and as the middle class increases further, then the greater demand will be there for dishwashers and washing machines and all these products which consume a lot of stainless steel. But it certainly has been interesting even with this pandemic, we had seen stainless steel demand increase sharply. Yes, there have been some factors resulting in that with sanctions, like we said earlier, with sanctions 232 in America and also Europe imposing quite a few sanctions. But even so, the demand for stainless steel, even through the last 2 years with the pandemic, has never been higher, in spite of inflationary costs and stainless steel prices doubling, if not more, in the last couple of years. But certainly, I think the manufacturing sector, as that develops and grows, when we have a look at the countries that consume more stainless steel per capita than anyone else, Germany, Korea, Italy, have a very, very strong manufacturing sector. Now, when we see the leading stainless steel consumers in Europe, by far Germany and Italy stand out quite strongly. And that is really on the back of their very, very strong manufacturing segment. So I see India certainly emerging in the manufacturing sector, and as that continues to grow and develop, that certainly will significantly increase its consumption for stainless steel. Globally around the world, we're also starting to see a lot of buildings, which we haven't seen in the past, using stainless steel for facades. And this is an application that we're starting to see in our cities. A lot more stainless steel being consumed around the world. In buildings, in rubbish bins, in handrails. All these areas are moving away from carbon steel, moving to stainless steel, aesthetically more pleasing, easy to maintain, and really modernising all the big cities around the world. But ultimately, I think sustainability is a journey that globally we are all on, and as India slowly moves away from coal power and starts moving to nuclear and solar and hydro, all these areas are going to require more stainless. So from my point of view, it's inevitable that sustainability is going to be a driving factor for decision making going forward. I believe stainless steel will be a huge beneficiary of this new journey that globally we are all on. Thank you.
thus opening up an opportunity themselves to serve the website.
Thank you so much, Con. Is there any question? I can just take any question which anyone would like to ask. Mr. Sharma, would you like to ask a question to Con? No? Here, Valeria ji, would you like to ask a question? Any question that you would like to pose to Con? Yeah. Okay. So nothing in specific. We'll move on to, I suppose, the Asia Pacific perspective, to a more localized perspective in terms of what the consumer ultimately thinks. Because actually, Mr. Valeria is the bridge between the producers and the consumers. So he is at a perfect place to give you a perfect overview of how the consumption for you and me could go up. I remember, we have been together on quite a few webinars where both these gentlemen, both the luminaries have been there with me. So when I take a personal advice, obviously I would take from someone like Mr. Valeria on whether I should be drinking from a stainless water bottle or a copper water bottle. He said copper is the best. So that's the honesty of Mr. Valeria. So with that, without further ado, I would like to put Mr. Valeria on to actually suggest what is the best way forward to actually bring you and me more towards being a bigger consumer and a better consumer. Over to you, Valeria ji.
It is our business, we wanted to go up. And seems like that, but it is not like that. It is a win-win situation for the society, for the government and the people. That is the role that why we are interested in increasing the per capita of the stainless steel. A nation is known how developed it is when you measure his per capita of the stainless steel that he use. So in the manufacturing, how much mild steel he use, but it is known as a more developed nation when her per capita of the stainless steel, how much it use, it's a developed country. You find the Finland, Sweden are the most, Korea. Then comes the UK and the USA. But we are still far, far better. It is the same joke. Somebody said in Africa, one gentleman sent a shoemaker, how is the opportunity? One said, no opportunity because nobody wears the shoes. Everybody is barefoot. The other says, there is a big market because everybody is barefoot. So how you look at the things, it's that India has a great, great opportunity to grow here in India because our per capita is very low. When the per capita is very low, there is a great opportunity for everybody to make money. How can we do marketing? What she said, we are good manufacturer, but we are not good marketing. Thank you, Aruna ji. आज ये सीख मैं लेके जाऊंगा. I will take this word from you. We have to be good marketing also. But the problem is we find a current factory, we are not running at 25% because of the sudden price rise, volatile. The people stop buying when there is, you change high price. Then again, when you, before you rise, say you give me at the old price. So it's the mentality of the people, of the trader, the market goes low. And it is natural, in the economics, you are economists. So as the price and the sales is exponential curve. As the price goes up, our sales goes diminishing. So now, how to get the more sales? The per capita sales that you rightly said, 409. 409 is not good for our utensil, but 430, 439 is a better corrosive material. 441 is a better corrosive material. Alternate stainless steel is not my subject, it's a Vijay Sharma's subject. Today I will talk on the subject, what we can do together. Let us focus. So I was talking, there was one Sachor mayor was here. Where is our gentleman? Is not here. But he was being chosen, Naresh Bhai. So I told him, if the government want to spend on health and get the money of income tax for the health, but why we are spoiling the people health and spending on the people? We can stop spending on the people health, only change the hotelier and outside at least where we can control the government. Inside the house you cannot control. So first outside the open restaurant and the small restaurant, you tell them how bad aluminum is. 3.5 kilo aluminum cooker, when you go for a resale, it becomes 3.1 kilo or 3 kilo, sometime 2.9. So where is this 500, 600 gram aluminum gone? In the family stomach. And when the aluminum has gone in your stomach, you pay to the doctor 100, 500 times than what you saved. Why not pay little more at the time of buying and take the health of the whole family? It's a concept that we have to market, or we have to tell government to BIS to publish this, because if we do it as a stainless steel, the aluminum people think that you are drawing your line by erasing my line. You draw your line bigger, don't erase my line. So this is the Nirmalaji why we cannot market. We cannot tell aluminum is bad to others because we are a stainless steel. So it's a government help that we need to publish that aluminum, cooking in aluminum is not that safe and it is hazardous to your health. Now he asked me which is better, copper is good. Yes, I said for the water it is good, the pH level, when you maintain 7, 7.5, 6.5. But when you go for something acidic, then the problem starts. It's become copper sulfate. So when you have to go tin, but the tin goes away. And the tin is never, usually sometimes we don't get pure tin nowadays. So it's a lead added into the tin for the cost. Now lead is very harmful to your brain. So if the lead is gone into the food, your brain and the things are getting other problems. So now, if the government can do focus on letting the world know that stainless steel utensil is needed in the cooking, that's a small part of the changeover. Such 100 things together will make the shift from 2.5 to 5 in 5-10 years. It's not that easy. You said natural growth. Natural growth is possible, but the exponential growth that we are needed, more than 7% what you said. So that requires so many different steps. So what are those steps are? First, aluminum replaced, copper is replaced, and wherever there is a food, then everything has to be done. Now, previously the plastic bags and plastic lunchbox was children were taking. Now the wife has taken the thing, my children will not get plastic box. At least the down portion is the stainless steel where the food is stored. Only the cover are plastic or it also stainless steel for the school boys. All the school things what was giving melamine and other things, the government is using stainless steel. Not only stainless steel and 4 stainless steel for all the tender. So all the government tender is 5522 grade. So that you have to use 14.5 as a minimum chrome. When government is using himself 14.5 chrome, why he allows others to use it? And we are taking that, sorry Sharma ji, don't feel bad. You said we are near to the world market, thoda farak hai. Sir, ye thoda farak nahi, bahut farak hai. Your price, you are telling, because the freight price has increased, the prices get narrow. Other thing, 13% VAT.
Stand witness to an entirely new concept in SS industry, the curtain raiser ceremony of MakeStainless.com, an initiative by Jindal Stainless, a knowledge sharing platform where stainless steel manufacturers, fabricators, supplier and service providers can register, exhibit and showcase their stainless steel prowess, thus opening up an opportunity themselves to serve the website visitor. No more today evening 5:45 p.m. Please visit Jindal Stainless booth. Thank you.
So 13% VAT, the government is not giving refund if you export the raw material. So 13% GST and the freight has made you near, sir. So now it is opportunity for you to bring down the cost. And when you reduce the cost, automatically the sale will go up. So try to do, I am not forcing you, sir. Don't smile. But you can do it. The cost is always outside, I understand. The cost is not inside. The freight, other things are matters. But you can do something to make it more better. So let's go on a second topic. Mild steel products, railway, bridges, wagon, many things have already started in stainless steel. But it has started in such a 2%, 3%, then we said, but 98% things have to done. Metro has done stainless steel, but not all the railway. In the railway, there are so many components, handle, rack, so many things that come in stainless steel. Bathroom converted into stainless steel, but not the whole railway. So, and the stainless steel has a double the strength. So when you reduce the thickness of the bogie, the strength of the stainless steel is there at half the weight. But when you reduce the weight, the efficiency of the railway got increased, the power get reduced. So what is the previous car, Ambassador, Fiat, and today Maruti has a problem? They will take out the weight from the product. And that's why the efficiency is going higher. So same thing in the railway, need to get a trial before doing my suggestion. So the thickness of the bogie, usage of them, and the life of the bogie will be more than 4 times than MS. That's what I think. So this is the fundamental of replacing MS to here grill, gate, shutter, what you not, corrosion is the highest level that Sharmaji's favorite topic, corrosion. So the corrosion replacement after 30 years will be too expensive. What you are doing now, at least whenever you are doing now, think of stainless steel and your life of 100 years replacement will come. So it will be much cheaper at 30, 40 years when you go to replace. The labor will be different, price will be different, and you won't find the labor. So tomorrow there is a seminar, I think skill something. So these skilled people, nobody wants to do dirty job even today. We want to hire 200 people, but people don't want to work in the dirty. Everybody wants to work on a computer. So this is going to become an automation, and even the complete automation. Semi-automatic is also out of date now. Semi-automatic things we have done, it is out of date. People need complete start to end that automation. So now that machine mild steel to MS. The machinery also need a non-replacement. So the repair and maintenance of the machine is also not required. You make a machine sturdy, hardness, corrosion resistive, other things. In a stainless steel, I think 14.5 chrome makes the best stainless steel for the people to affordable middle line. We cannot go too much high price and not go too much quality. But this 14.5 chrome, requires copper and it also requires manganese. So we have the manganese. Copper is 1%. So because we have the manganese and the chrome, both the side, our side, we can do on a 14.5 chrome. On the road you see food cart, kitchen, modular kitchen in the house. Everything can be done this, converted. We have to start some model. It's a snowball effect. When you start few pieces in the outside, give the market free. Somebody was a nice person in our utensil market. He said, whatever I produce 500 pieces first and gift it to my neighboring friend circle. So then mouth to mouth, you said, it औरतों में बात फैलती है, ये माल, ये प्रोडक्ट अच्छा है. So gradually the product, mouth to mouth publicity, the snowball effect comes and the sale goes higher. So this is also can be done. We can produce some few cart and give it on every city. So for a role model for somebody, that cost is nothing. And what you said, marketing, I think how can this marketing can be done? Association marketing, अंडा खाओ, सहद रो, अच्छा कुछ ऐसा था अंडे का. तो अंडा फंडा कुछ था, पता नहीं, मैं तो नहीं याद. लेकिन सर एज अ मेन प्रोड्यूसर इज़दा सारे मेंबरों से आप सेल के 10 पैसा लो खाली पर केजी. वो पैसा हम एसोसिएशन की स्टेनलेस स्टील यूजेज के लिए बढ़ाएंगे, एडवर्टाइजिंग, हाउ स्टेनलेस स्टील बेटर. एंड 10 पैसा व्हाट यू आर चार्जिंग इज गोइंग टू रिकवर बाय अस. You charge me 10 paisa on every kilo that everybody has to pay. Then ISDA will collect that, you pay to ISDA and ISDA will spend it. So this is how the whole cycle will, vicious circle to promote better things. So that is the surcharge on stainless steel. Now 304 and 316, I already said 439 and 441 are nearby to that, and there is another material has come, tin. If you add a tin, 0.5% and 1% into 430, so that becomes very near to 304 corrosion. So, but that gives a rough surface. That when you add 0.5% and 1%, that experiment has been done by Nippon Stainless Steel Japan. Our manufacturer can try 0.5% and 1% tin with the 430. It's worth experimenting. Now, in the bathroom, we have done many products. Soap dish, hanger, towel hanger, wash basin. But so many ceramic soap dispenser we have, so many things we have. But for a life 304, if you don't use 304 in bathroom accessories, the product is get deteriorated and we lose the trust. So now in 2090 to 2000, what happened? The material was 304 to 200, sink was evolving. And under the trial error, whatever product was given to the Indian consumer. And the consumer and the trader was had a lot of problem of splitting and other things. So now they lost the faith. So the 2000 to 2010 was a very bad period for us, sir, because we have lost the trust in stainless steel. And then Jindal RD Knox has started high design product. Magpie was another pioneer in making the design. We contributed little bit on a world design to bring to India. So more designer product is required in a tableware as a prestigious people when they buy. If you sell if the Maruti car label is there and they make a Mercedes quality, but they don't get price. So you have to be a brand awareness on something. So design on the product is very important. So for the high end people should buy the product. So for the tableware and other products. Now you can make a home and a restaurant door by fire resistant. When you replace the wood, we can make everything fire resistance. You replace the wood. Mild steel I talked about aluminum. The third is the plastic, has already some replacement. Now fourth is a wood article. When we remove the wood, we are fire resistance and we are in a very safe environment, and even your insurance bill will come down when you use the metal. When you, instead of wood, if you use the metal, your fire bill, insurance will come down. Now, as the composite aluminum is there for welding, there is a chance that we can make a composite stainless steel to weld. So composite panel, when the cost will do both the side aluminum, stainless steel, and inside there is a welding easyability. So the composite stainless steel, then the whole panel and everything can come and usage can be increased. And there is very popular nowadays three-ply stainless steel circles are coming from abroad. I don't think it's a very big experiment for you. Sir, as a big manufacturer, you are under maybe thinking on that small line to avoid the import. If we can, India can make that three-ply inside, why should we import it? Now, airplane has a lot of product, because in airplane the weight is very restricted. So many product can be replaced when the thinner gauge of the stainless steel is possible. So plane weight can be reduced in the same way like a car, and the storage article can be made from stainless steel. Chemical and the pharma industry are going to boom in near future, as the basic pharma ingredient we are going to start it, APA. Then lot of in that area. Currently we were 74% in 1990 to now we are in utensil sector hollowware. We have reduced to 55, 58, and we wanted to be 40%. But the other areas must grow. So we are growing, but still our numbers are decreasing because of the architect, building and construction work. And on the sea side, as Gadkari said, on the sea side 409L wire bar, steel bar, like a Tor steel, should be made long product. So the bar do not get corrosion. All the outside the sea area, total coastal, we got a big coastal area. And all AC grill, there where we put our AC, and the steel angle get corroded. And maybe there is chance of fall of something, accident has happened. So if the angles are made of the stainless steel when you put the AC, the white goods, as Tom said, on the white goods, our utensil cleaning, dishwasher. So many white goods, body can be done, so the life is more. Sometimes white good works, but the body get corroded and you have to throw away. So now if the body is made from even the thinner gauge, it can resist. Even only the inside washing machine, the parts are made stainless steel, but the outside body is mild steel. So automobile has a great opportunity for stainless steel. Only the few particles, exhaust pipe and are 409, but rest you can make many item in automobile change. So life is like that. So many changes are possible. We can talk about hours and hours, but time is limited. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mukherjee.
Thank you, Bhaliraji. When Mr. Sharma started, we were captivated. And when Mr. Bhaleria just finished, I'm sure you must have been mesmerized by his thoughts. Because that's what happens to me when I get both of them on my panels, and it has happened more than once, couple of times. And both of them have really taken everyone, this is what you can term as taking the audience with you. So both of them take the audience with them. I'll just make a few general remarks. When Mr. Bhaleria talks about reducing the prices, I know Mr. Sharma gets a bit rattled, because those of you who know the scenario, what happened on the 31st of March, at the end of March, London Metal Exchange had to stop nickel trading because nickel prices had crossed $100,000. Later it came down to 80,000. But it had crossed $1 lakh on the LME. So LME trading for the day had to be stopped because of the prices of nickel shooting through the roof. Now, the tariff barriers. The European Union has imposed a tariff on JSL to the tune of 4.3%, which would take the total tariff on their part to 14.3%. Indonesia, which is a big challenge for India today, Chinese, whenever they do something, the Chinese do it in a roundabout way. So they entered to Indonesia, gave all the subsidies to Indonesia, and Indonesia started reaping the benefits, including dumping to countries like India. Now, obviously, European Union had to take an action on them. So in their case, IRNC, that new tariff stands at 21.4% overall, including the anti-dumping duties, amounting to 30.7%. Now, obviously what happens is, when you have trade barriers being imposed, you don't understand, India has always been a level playing field. There is no roundabout way you can actually get subsidies from the government. It's a democratic country. It's not a totalitarian state. So these are challenges which remain before the stainless steel industry, and I'm sure the super cycle, which has brought up prices for everything at a much higher level. You know, if I look at carbon steel, the prices of iron ore has gone up, coking coal has shone through the roof. So obviously, this super cycle, as long as it continues, you cannot expect prices to come down overnight. And you know, it's not just India which is a price-sensitive market. You look at the global market, everywhere price plays a role. So it is not always price stands for quality. In fact, the other thing which I would like to conclude is stainless steel industry can move. So these are efforts which must be done. And I see Bhalere ji's business card holder is not stainless steel. Whereas, you know, I think JSL makes those items, which is made of, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Only the covering is. So never judge a book by its cover. Okay, so with that, let us conclude. And thank you, Mr. Sharma, special word of thanks. Thank you, Valeria ji. And thank you, Con, once again. I hope you're still there. And it's been wonderful. This afternoon has been wonderful, and we look forward to the sessions tomorrow, which I'm sure you're going to take part. Yeah. Yeah, Con would like to make concluding remarks. Con, if you just conclude and you know, put in your remarks. Over to you, Con.
Apologies, I missed that behind some of the noise.
No, Con, I just said that we would request you to make the concluding remarks on our way forward to reach the consumption level, per capita consumption of 6 kgs. And what do you think India should do immediately to ensure that we have a boost in our consumption?
What they should do immediately. Look, I think immediately the government has to protect its local stainless steel industry and certainly protect it from, as we just said, you know, what's happened with Indonesia and Xinjiang, and certainly the tariffs that have been put on Jindal and other stainless steel producers in India. I think the government certainly needs to lobby and support its local industry and help stimulate manufacturing locally in India. I think that it really is what is going to boost the demand quicker than anything else. And then from that short-term strategy, you also have its long-term sustainability policies in place to start spending in areas, as we just said.
Of putting in all our bodies, Ministry of Steel along with the producers set up a body called INSTAG, Institute for Steel Development and Growth. So why is that we have not been able to move in a single project ahead? So he said the problem is, or the challenge is, we Indians do not know how to use steel. We do not know how to use steel. So, and as I keep saying, one more caveat, that I do not see stainless steel as a competitive material for carbon steel. I see it as complementing each other. I see the stainless steel and carbon steel should complement each other in every area of application. Thank you so much. And with that, Sharma Sabha, special thanks to you. एकदम तहे दिल से जिसको बोलते हैं शुक्रिया, तहे दिल से शुक्रिया. बलियारी जी, मिलते रहेंगे, बात करते रहेंगे. That's the way we'll move forward. Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a power-packed day. Session 1 was with the gurus, I would say, and session 2 with the legend, I would consider legend, and of course, ocean of knowledge. Can we please give it up for all the 4 gentlemen those are on stage? We would like to present a memento to all of you all. So I would request Dr. Aruna Sharma, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel, to please join me up on the stage. I request Dr. Aruna Sharma to please present a memento to the moderator of the session, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, Editor, Steel and Metallurgy. Now I request Dr. present a memento to Mr. Hitendra Valaria, MD, Valaria Metal Craft. Now I request Dr. Aruna Sharma to please present a memento to Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless. Wonderful. So we'll capture the moment. I hope we were able to manage all the expectations and do the first day and host you all with whole heart and in a fantastic way. It was a very insightful session as well. Looking forward for day 2 because we have 5 power-packed sessions. See you all tomorrow. On this note, this is Anchor Amla Agarwal signing off. Have a fantastic evening. Thank you very much.
I invite all of you to visit please our stall at 5:45. It's a sort of a curtain raiser. We are attempting something for the stainless fraternity. We were talking about marketing. It's a knowledge platform which we have created. So you will really like it. Please join us at ये 5 मिनट में ख़त्म हो जाएगा. तो चाय वाय की ब्रेक बाद में कर लेना please. All of you are invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.